it with the boots of travel.
Oh, he gets it! Oh, he gets it! 2 hits, that's all that was needed.
Sometimes that's all you need. When next Roche may respawn in 26 seconds. You know, you still have to be worried about the amount of the damage that Quoiqua's Lone Druid can do in these team fights. A lot of attack speed. 35 seconds without a Razor. Not sure if they can make stuff happen. There's still a tier 2 tower on the top lane. A lot of synergy, you know, between their heroes. Timbersaw, who has a lot of regen coming out from the reactive armor. We've seen combination Bloodstone plus Oracle ulti, even like Spirit Vessel. On top of that, just, you know, to increase the healing. Scan from Quincy. We'll catch a glimpse. Roshan will respawn in 30. That's what we know for sure.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Quincy Crew. You see Lesnar on the front. Now he knows he can charge in. He's very unlikely to die.
He's a bit low on the armor. Just sitting at 6 right now. Minus armor coming on from the Nether Shawl.
McKay. He's going to head over. He's going for the ult setup, but the silence comes in from Lesnar.
Oh, good Lotus.
Oh, the Lotus was there just in time to put a stop to the slashes from Yawar. Yawar will still be able to turn, take down Tiger with the Blade Fury. Quincy Crew, they're still ready to chase down. The false promise being used on Quoiqua. Insania getting taken out by the siphons of Lesnar. Lord's in!
There's
He's
the black hole.
He's caught Mickey, he's caught Quoiqua. Gets the 2 cores. Mickey goes down. The exorcism from Lesnar just tearing them apart. It's too much damage here from the TP.
And they can just go inside a pit and take it. Healing Ward not available, but less loud. He definitely deserves a tip. So far, pretty much having a perfect game. Like the itemization is a bit different. A good black hole coming out from position 5. Enigma has that blink dagger. A bit unfortunate, you know. That Lotus Orb came in very handy and very quick. I think Juggernaut needs to be a bit more aware of that and not try to go for the Omni Slash straight away. Possibly right now he can get that Swift Slash right away. Now he's holding Cheese and Aegis, giving Cheese to Tusk. Yeah, Leslau picks up a casual plate mail, so he doesn't have to care about those right clicks anymore. It's very tanky, has magic resistance, has what's the physical resist? 50% straight away. You know, just keeping things simple.
Oh, we'll see this fight again. Just instantly there with Lotus Orb, puts a stop to the starting offensive from Quincy Crew, but it doesn't matter. Quincy Crew as a whole, you'll see Lesnar's just in the midst of the 4th and with the BKB, and they just don't have anything to deal with it. They can't.
Yeah, the only damage pretty much is Edict and some right clicks coming out from the Lone Druid, but Lone Druid can't really. They have so many problems to focus on right now. Like, you need to deal with the Juggernaut, someone needs to cancel the Black Hole, Death Prophet. If she's running in, she's level 18 at the moment, so there's going to be 24 spirits, which is quite a lot of damage. The chase potential is there, they can easily outrun you. Talking about the chase potential, Spider Legs picked up by the Death Prophet, so that's going to be another hero moving at the max movement speed. Razor, 550 already.
Like you've got to hope for some sort of pretty perfect bashes and roots from Quoiqua if you want to have any chance of dealing with Lesnar. Otherwise, he's just going to be all over the place in the fights. You're never going to be able to control him through the BKB. He's just too speedy.
Holding a Cheese, a Spirit Vessel charges 2 on Taiga could make a bit of a difference, but there's still, you know, BKB. You will have enough. I don't think you can just lock him down and bring him from 100 to 0. So the Cheese and the BKB will always be there. Also, there's a save coming out from Tusk, possibly, with the Blink Dagger. Going to be much easier to execute from the Poloson.
DD Rune to spawn. See if they're able to do something with this Quinn. Mid lane Yawar just confidently pushing down the mid. As they really do struggle to jump him at this stage with the Manta, with the Aegis. It's just not a move that Liquid want to make.
DD on Jug, going into Scotty. I like Scotty, especially against the Timbersaw. Crippled the Bear. Good stats. I don't think there's any downside of that item, except the cost.
Okay. He tries to go in onto Lesnar, but Lesnar's able to just instantly get the BKB off. And now once again, Quincy Crew, they're more than happy to take the fight. Yawar jumps in with the Sashi, they're taken out. Minke, they're taken out. Tiger, they're taken out.
Oh,
Insane.
Yawar, nicely done, just faking the Omni Slash. So Boxy uses the Lotus or buyback from Insania. Right now, it's all about Quincy Crew. They're the one in the charge, making the moves, going in. Age is still up and running for 2 minutes. Less Loud just feels unkillable at the moment.
I mean, they're really just making it look easy at this point, Quincy Crew. The sort of the early big items paid off. There's Midas, the bots on their claws. It's paid off massively. They're 10k ahead. Liquid just never really able to punish it. And now you're wise. He's going in deep. He's going straight over towards Quake, fighting him, attempting to at least underneath the tier 4s. As he stays on top of Quake, but will now have to start backing away. Abyssal Blade comes out for the Bears. They jump over towards the Jug. Yawar,
can they take him once? No, he's still alive.
He's going to be fine. He's going to have his 2 lives still intact.
They defend the barracks. Box is in.
He's trying to take away that Aegis, but Blade Fury's up. Yawar, he'll TP away. He's out safe.
And they're not going to be able to get anyone. Boxy, Yule Scepter ready, might get Floa. Okay, they got him. At least it's something. Good Bloxy. Nicely done. Problem is, like, Lone Druid is pretty much the only one who deals the damage. Once they pop the BKBs, they nullify all the damage coming out from the Earth Spirit. Leshrac magical damage, but the Edict still goes through. But at the moment, you need to be isolated. Leshrac wants to be in and out multiple times. He wants prolonged team fights.
Still, even with that support loss at the end of the fight, Quincy Crew holding the lead at 10k. And Yawar just getting ridiculously far ahead. 20k net worth. Next item round the corner. Yeah, as you say, it's pretty much there. The Skadi money. A few more minutes and I'll have that done. Slots really getting filled out. Of course, with the boosted XP from the Midas. He's going to be hitting the level 25 at a very good time this game.
Yeah, level 25's coming up shortly. How's Lone Druid doing? Level 20. Leshrac only level 18.
They'll find Loa here. Steps out
Loa
a bit.
out.
Liquid, what can they do with that? So last time they get the Enigma kill, but it's very much just the cause of Quincy Crew are such a lead that it's so hard to fight into. You see Leslau, he's got the money to pick up the Shiva's Guard.
Now, Team Liquid, they understand, like, we can't go super late game. We need to make stuff happen right now, even though they're taking 10k gold down. Boxy.
I mean, they're starting things onto Boxy. Boxy is going to need help. It's insane. He's got to drop the false promise to keep him alive. The Abyssal Blade from Point for Spare holds back Lesnar for now. Liquid, they're TPing out. They want to get themselves completely away from this, especially with the buyback coming out from Loa.
They force a buyback. They get out. They don't lose anyone. Still, Leshrac is the mean hero in the late game. I just don't think they can outmatch they can match against what Quincy Crew got. 1, 2, 3, 4 scaling heroes on their side. Enigma doesn't get that much farm. He's bringing something on the courier. It's just a smoke. For a moment I thought it was going to be full BKB, but it's a position 5 Enigma. They're really not prioritizing his farm. Eventually, I would love him to get the BKB. They only have one ability, and that not even an ability, that's an item, Abyssal Blade, on Lone Druid.
Liquid still doing their best to come out on the map as 5. Eyeing up an opportunity to maybe find control around the Roshan. Up in a minute.
Well, to go back, what we talked about in the start, Owen. Juggernaut, Hand of Midas, Maelstrom. 4-1-7, only managed to die once. Do you like it now?
I told you, I liked it anyway. I'll buy Midas every game on Jug. And this is sort of just verifying this for me.
Whenever you and me play together,
I
want to see Juggernaut picked at least, 2 times per day, and I want to see Midas every single time.
Every time. Yawar is giving all us Jug Midas buyers the gratification that we need to go ahead and continue to do it in our pubs.
Yeah, if anyone calls
Greed
you
is
out
good.
ever, take a screenshot right now. This is a professional game.
Exactly.
These are professional e-gamers, playing for real money.
For e-money.
For real money, not e-money.
Not e-money. That's a shame. I feel like e-money's probably going to be worth more in the future.
Yeah.
But who knows?
E-money coin.
I go on to something there. There we go. Liquid. Ready to push out around the mid. It's this Roshan that they don't want to let slip away. It's Boxy. Maybe seeing if he can get a catch here with the Yules, but Quincy Crew, it's a little too quick there to keep the distance. Quincy Crew, they have the high ground. And Liquid really want to try and fight into this. It's hard. Quincy Crew have the ward down. They've got good vision. Yawar, he's going to be able to jump over straight away as Tiger just offers up his life. He goes immediately in. Leslau, he's already running down the rest of Liquid.
Yeah, Leslau is like, I don't give a damn, I'm going in.
He just charges straight to the rest of the team, and they're having to run. They cannot stand anywhere near the DP whilst the exorcism's out. Even trying to pop a smoke to get the extra movement speed to get out of there. Quinn, he's in with the BKB, gets the static link off, but the Lotus was there.
Yeah, the double suck, static link, plus Spirit Siphon is just too much on the bear.
A clutch false promise comes out just in time on a Quaifa. The Black Hole put to an end immediately by the silence of Tiger. Quaifa's getting low. They've got enough heals to keep him alive, though. Leslau, he's just permanently at full HP, and Yawar has the time to take them down, the 3 of them over to Boxy. Boxy will TP away. That's 4 down, and they do not have buybacks.
They do not have buybacks. They do not have enough damage right now. Everyone's super tanky. Razor 3,000 HP. Juggernaut 3.5.
Are they going to try and end it?
They're probably going to try to go in and end. Healing Ward not available. Boxy needs to be careful.
He's got to pull off some insane defense here on his own. And Quincy Crew, they're not falling for it. They're ignoring Boxy. They're looking to close it. They know that Boxy's doing this desperation play because they don't have buybacks. And now Yawar, he's able to turn onto Boxy. They have the control. Boxy, by some time with the Yules, he'll have the Lotus back up in a second. Is on in time before the slash comes out. As Boxy will live, but Quinn, he's had enough. He's ignoring him. He's closing it up. He's going for the tier 4s.
20 seconds. No, that's all they need, but I feel Quincy Crew, they have enough time. Boxy cannot hold this one alone.
He absolutely can't. He's trying his best, but they'll just ignore him.
Sometimes
Boxy
your best is not enough. He's like, come on, hit me.
But no mercy from Quincy Crew. They see the victory, and they'll take it as the Ancient Falls. And Quincy Crew in this game too. Well, they looked very good.
They did.
This sort of second half, like it was game over.
do a lot of work with his heroes. His Wraith King's just on fire, just hits those timings quite nicely, and the aggression. Do a lot of work with his heroes. His Wraith King's just on fire, just hits those timings quite nicely, and the aggression that VG applies is something else to watch out for. So looking forward to see what both teams bring out here for their first game, 4th series in this stream. These teams have played a lot of games. It's quite a long day for everyone.
5 seconds remaining.
Team Liquid's turn to pick.
Grimstroke.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I mean, you don't know. Maybe the Grimstroke goes mid. It's a possibility. It looked pretty good for what it was trying to do. Grimstroke 5 with a Tusk 4 still works out though. So it's kind of open. Team Liquid, we'll see what they opt for. Earth Spirit on hand is already stable for them. They can build off of that really well. Taiga just plays an amazing Earth Spirit, of course. And we just need to see what else they build up. Are we going to see a focus on some of those cheesy heroes they love? Are they going to try to lock in the Oracle? Go for the Husker down the line? We'll see. Maybe they just prioritize the Lone Druid again for Koikwa. He has just played it in the last game they played. Didn't quite work out that time, but they prioritize the Storm here. So they come out with Storm. Lots of zip potential. Vici, they only really have the Grimstroke silence to set up first, and beyond that, no reliable stuns. So this should be a relatively easy game for the Storm to just constantly go in and out, at least if we're assuming these are the two sports, which again, it looks like it is. Tusk and Grimstroke just don't hold down a Storm long enough to really lock him in place.
Team Liquid's turn to ban. VG Gaming's turn to ban.
Yeah, I was watching the game on the mainstream, so I managed to see that. I was reading chat as to what happened as well. Some big black holes were coming out in the first game, which we didn't catch because obviously we were casting. Second game was really back and forth. Like, I love seeing Lotus Orb plays. The Omni Slash being reflected was fun, but not enough to really turn the tides. You do see the respect ban sliding through here as well from Liquid. That Wraith King we talked about gone, so Poyoyo will have to look elsewhere for his pause one. Some pretty big options left for him. I think one thing that VG has been taking is the Terrorblade as well for Poyoyo. We've seen that pop up here and there in other teams as well. It just works out pretty nicely if you time yourself with the aggression Metamorphosis gives you. And of course the power of anime, Mike. Can't discount that factor with the Terrorblade as well.
Team Liquid's turn to ban. Team Liquid, VG Gaming's turn to pick.
Yeah, it's here that gives them a lot of push just with the exorcism. Flexibility on hand, could be support, likely or off lane, but you never know. Maybe even, no way it's mid with the Storm Spirit, but support or off, still options for Liquid with the Death Prophet. Now, DP plus Earth Spirit as support duo is kind of wonky, like it can work, but you are relying a lot more on the Earth Spirit to land your initiation, so you do have a Storm to zip in, so perhaps you can just kind of ride off of how mobile Earth Spirit and Storm Spirit are. VG, they've got some time to kind of counteract that. The Tusk could maybe go for the Spirit Vessel to sap away from that regen on Liquid's end, If they are worried about the DP just living for too long, they got the Void Spirit now as well. So that's going to be your mid matchup here for VG, holding its own against the Storm. Should be an even one, but we have seen Storm sort of start to bully out Void Spirits as levels go up, especially at the level 4, level 5 spike. The damage output of Storm is pretty significant. And of course, once you've got the zip, it's going to be hard to lock him down.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Well, you're not wrong, Mike. I took a quick look at the stats on hand. I believe the win rate of the Weaver is 13%. One win, 7 losses. So it's not had a good time in groups. It's been squashed down, that bug. We'll see if VG respect it, what options they have on the off lane. They do have the option for, say, the Timbersaw. Like, we've seen Timbersaw against Weaver work out really well for the Timb. Weaver just doesn't have a lane to play in. Very squishy hero. The damage from the Timb can be hard, and the physical damage of a Weaver, which you already mentioned felt lacking, against a Timbersaw, I feel it's even more lacking. So it could be a value pick for VG if they want. They go into the Sand King instead to tie in their team fight. So you've got Sand King Grimstroke. Inkswell Burrow Strike combination is very potent. They've got a lot of setup on hand. They can run down you really easily. Liquid still have this sort of run and gun strat for the Earth Spirit Storm. So they can dive in real quick, and they can still control the backline if they manage to find the right targets. But the Sand King does make this a lot easier for VG when it comes down to bigger 5v5 team fights.
Gaming's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Liquid's turn to ban. VG Gaming's turn to pick.
Still a lot of meta heroes in play. You've got Troll, you've got Ursa, although no real reason to pick the Ursa in this case. I think the Troll could be potent just for the factor of root. If you hammer on the Weaver with a bash, follow up with a root, he can still time lapse out, but then you take away that big spell from him, so could be a lot of value in something like a Troll. There's not much burst damage here from Liquid beyond the Storm with, say, Orchid and then the follow-up from the Earth Spirit. Could be a really good game for just a hard standing frontliner. They go with the AM instead, which is great against Storm. Right? It's a walking mana bomb. And the magic damage on hand from VG, which is mainly their main sources, not going to be enough. So the Weaver, again, has to somehow find damage for his team to overwhelm the AM. Because the Storm and the Earth Spirit and DP down the line, you know, once you have levels up, once you have items up, that magic damage just tickles an AM. Yeah. Not too bad. It just gets really greedy. Earth Spirit, DP, Rubik, Weaver Storm, all of them need a lot of EXP. You sack the progression, it slows down. Slaughter comes through. That's a support pick we've seen slide out here and there. It's actually a core as well coming through, so it is a support DP regardless. Tiger and the Earth Spirit. Should be an interesting one. Hard carry Slardar. Not something you see too often nowadays. We'll have to see. An offlane Slardar, yeah. Yeah, I honestly feel like, yeah, it's fine. You can amp up the Weaver's damage. You were talking about lacking damage for the Weaver. Mika just needs to have Boxy get the Corrosive Haze off. So there is that factor to play with. Weaver's not going to be lacking damage in that case. The AM can, of course, kind of just manta it off down the line. So you're going to have to choose your targets well there. It's... there's some aggression here from Liquid. They need to play really fast with this lineup. You don't want to actually just sit back and farm on the Weaver. Mika needs to be active early on, get the fast Javelin, show up in lanes, take a tower, push with the Exorcism on Insania if it gets up fast enough, support DPs. Progression tends to be a bit slowing down. VG, for their part, for Protect 1, get Poyoyo all the space he needs. We've seen VG do that regardless. With all the heroes of Poyoyo, they just give him space to farm. He joins in when he wants to, and then they just kind of run down. Ori Void Spirit is something to watch out for, and I know the question you're going to ask. I do actually prefer VG's draft here. I think the AM's going to have a pretty good game. The Slaughter last pick from Liquid is nice, but I just don't feel like it's enough to really overwhelm VG's end.
I'll give them a drubbing.
Last pick Slider was actually quite nice. Into the AM, just being able to kind of dominate the off lane and obviously not really caring about the mana drain of the anti-mage in terms of that off lane and the safe lane for Vici, but it doesn't matter what we think, Jonathan. We're going to get into the game and teams will show us who is right and who is wrong with their draft. Oh, pans out. I mean, for Vici, they've been looking amazing. Liquid, hot and cold. It's been a bit of on and off for them, but like you mentioned earlier, it's been a bit of a tiring day for them as well. They've had a lot of games. They just came out of a bit of a slugfest with Quincy Crew. Wondering how they will perform.
It's one of those things, right? You play a lot of series in a day, it can wear out on you. And obviously Liquid just went through quite the series beforehand. Of course, they didn't start their day off all too well as well, so we'll have to see if they can bounce right back through, as it's been touch and go for the side of Liquid so far from the wildcards. Like, they had that amazing start, then day 2 comes out and they don't win anything. Group stage so far has been shaping up all right, a mixed bag. I think they'd look for more wins. And we'll see if they can get themselves into that mindset and just start applying what they want to do.
Bot lane. Well, you're just going to allow Boxy to walk away with that bounty. 2 for 2 trade anyway. Won't matter really too much. This bot lane is what I'm intrigued with as well. Like, you look at this combination. As long as Tiger, if he can connect the roll, once Boxy's level 2 or 3... you get the follow-up stun off, you get the bash the deeps off, and this lane can get very difficult for Poyo as time goes on. Of course, he is going to have DY to help him out, but I don't really see the Grimstroke being able to do much if they connect the roll and get the initiation they need.
Yeah, it can be dicey for Poyoyo. It's down to DY to ensure that he blocks the roll, try to find the angle every single time. You want some levels on the Grimstroke here as well. If you do have Inkswell up, you have some way of breaking up the initiation. It's just on a pretty big delay, so you're just going to have to watch yourself. And Boxy just, playing around with Slitherine Crush, securing last hits. The wave is shoving in, and Taiga is going to get the pull-off, so he's going to find that steady EXP that he wants to get. On the Earth Spirit, DY not really able to punish that one too much.
Yeah, not. Of course, over in the mid lane, you've got Ori there up against Quaver. Quaver Storm, one of his specials. Good to see it coming out in the group stages. So far, he's doing a great job. 8-1 in comparison to the 6-0 of the Void Spirit by Ori. If anyone's going to know how to abuse the Storm Spirit timings, I think it would be Quaver in this matchup. Ori will have to be somewhat cautious about that level 3, especially once he does have that first point up in the Vortex.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of turn potential for Quaver if you overextend. So we'll see just how well Ori can hold out. He's not lagging too far behind. 10-1 up against 9-0. Not the worst starts for the Void Spirit, and you can easily just get your own EXP up, hit your own spikes. We'll have to see if the supports can help them top up their bottles. Again, both Spirits just really need the bottle top-ups from the power runes. And that's going to be down to the last set of supports that you're going to see. Insania on that DP up top. You have him around with Mickey on that Weaver. Of course, on the other end, Old 11's on that Sand King, and PYW's on that Tusk. So, Sand King Tusk combination is potent enough. You're probably going to wait for some levels up to really start to apply that aggression, but they start now.
Yeah, Sharps tag team out, but PYW, he's taking a lot of damage. He's going to be fine. That's one of the things with the POS 5 DP, is with that Spirit Siphon, you can turn back around and try to just fight. For Insania, it doesn't feel like he took any damage.
No, it's a DP. Spirit Siphon is a really busted spell early on, and you just don't quite have the burst. Like, you don't have Caustic Finale, you don't have a Creep Wave to just pop it on. So again, you might want to wait for some levels here on the side of VG before truly looking for the kills. That is enough to apply some pressure on Insania, but Mickey gets so much space from that movement out. Finding all the farm, getting the levels up. Level 3 now in the Weaver, whereas Old 11's still about to hit that mark.
Well, mid lane, Koifa, he's getting very aggressive onto Ori. Ori just trying to run. Resonant Pulse going to keep him safe, but bot lane is where it happens. Poyo does end up dying, and it's kind of what I talked about, John. Tiger, just connect the roll. Boxy will have the follow-up. So far, so good for this Slaughter pick.
Yeah, they're applying that pressure onto Poyoyo, making him uncomfy enough. Having level 4 up in Boxy means you have to keep that constant flow of aggression out. DY, the one thing with Grimstroke is early levels for it aren't amazing. You want level 3 to be up, likely level 4 for your spell to be balanced out, and you can counter that initiation. But just having that kill on hand means that Taiga gets to leave lane, camp the 4-minute power runes, and both supports from Liquid are actually on hand to secure those power runes.
That's what you want to see. Rune going to be down at the bot rune spot. Ori, he's going to walk over, force Tiger to take it. Definitely don't want to allow Koifa to walk his way down. So both mid laners left with an empty bottle. I love the fact that that we do see Tiger sending that illusion in, just annoying Ori, keeping him away from Koifa's creep wave. So far, looking really good for Liquid. I mean, you look at that CS board right now, and top 3 CS are all Liquid cores. Bot lane, Snowball in, PYW trying to get a fight started, but he's going to be punished now. Boxy has a lot of damage on that Slaughter, and PYW, he has no way out. Insania the one to take that kill. It's an 0-2 just before the 5-minute mark. It'll ensure that both these bottom bounty runes at least are secured by Liquid.
Thank you, my beauties.
I'll take your trip.
Tiger.
Stupendous!
Around. Lane, looks like they are trying to go in again. Poyo is fine. Boxy, the one targeted. Inkswell there. They get the Slaughter kill as well. PG Gaming getting a little bit of revenge out for Poyo. Gonna make it a 1-2, but already a 2k net worth lead for Liquid. Now Tiger, gonna go on to PYW, roll in, Koifa trying to follow up, does have the zip, and will go in after Tusk. They have help coming. Snowball will delay things. Ori now with the Inkswamp moving in onto the Earth Spirit. They have the stun, and Tiger is set to die, but Koifa wants to keep going, but he is very low on mana. Has no choice but to really back off.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Gets a DD rune though. Feel quite nice for him. You want Poyo. It's fine. Being left alone there. No worries for him. Oh, top lane, Mickey. Farming quite nicely. Does have the Falcon Blade up now. 11. Hasn't really been able to slow down the Weaver too much. In fact, he's the one struggling in terms of CS at the moment. Snowball, Koifa, going to be targeted. Let's get stunned, but he's going to be fine to turn right back around now with the Vortex. And PYW, he tried. It's not going to work out in his favor. Well, though, okay, down to Old 11 at the top lane as well. So every lane right now just going the way of Liquid. nothing really going the way of VG Gaming for now. Even bot lane, Boxy. Just annoying Poyo.
Radiant's top
It
tower
shall
is
not
under
be.
attack.
I realize we can't hear John X5 right now. Unfortunately, we're having a couple of audio issues, but I'm sure he'll be back at any moment. We're just trying to get those resolved.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Top lane, old 11. Kuiper. Make the jump on the Sand King. To sit back by the large camp. Kuiper does have Dust ready for this, but doesn't know where the Sand King is. Oh, Tiger trying to fight over the power runes. He does get snowballed on though, but a nice kick away. Roll back in. The TP attempt might just be enough, but no. Tag team out. Enough bonus damage to get the kill, but top lane, old 11 does eventually get picked off. Kuiper, he was very patient on the storm. Eventually pay off for him. Oh, VG Gaming, they're just trying to focus in on this mid lane. Oh, apply that pressure, but Insania, he's going to be around on the DP to make sure it remains safe. The supports of VG are going to have to start making their way over somewhere else. Perhaps down to the bot lane to try and deal with Boxy.
Radiant are scanning.
Tiger. Ingswell going to be out with the actual step. Tiger. It's been caught.
To deny my wisdom is to choose death.
Four to 5 now, but you look at that net worth lead. Liquid are just continuing to increase it. 3K. Ian from Tiger, making sure Kuiper has the full bottle.
Hello?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Round bot. Boxy keeping his distance, making sure he's not out of position. In fact, now they might go for an attempt at that 10-minute power rune, or rather bounty rune. They are going to jump in with the Inkswell onto Insania. They might just get him. He's still alive. It does eventually die. Still Boxy with the counter initiation. The stun out onto DY. They will go. The Grimstroke in a spot of danger and should die. Eventually, they do get him. Meanwhile, Boxy gets the bash to the deeps on PYW. They'll find a second. A positive trade there for the side of Team Liquid.
Yep, they're starting to find those early kills, so
Hello,
ramping
John.
up the aggression. Looks like the Discord issues fixed itself. Something was up. Don't know what, but tech gremlins, you know how it is. Like spiders to a router, Mike. It just happens. Still, Liquid up 5-7, 3K lead. They are starting to take control of the map. They're making it very awkward for Poyoyo to farm, and they're just constantly tracking him. Look at this position of Kuiper. They are standing over ward, but they just don't want the AM to feel safe ever. It's just very hard for him to farm.
Now blinks right in Kuiper. He's going to avoid being swell. Zip again to make sure PYW cannot
Dire's
target him.
top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Back up towards the top lane, Beachy. They'll go after this tier 1 top tower. Liquid not really in position yet to get the opposing tier 1, but Insania is making his way over with the level 1 exorcism.
Dire's top tower has
If
fallen.
Beachy really want, they can commit to defend, but they probably will. They probably just won't bother. Maybe just go into the mid lane instead.
Are fortified. Dire are scanning.
No, there is a smoke though. Looks like they want to actually try to at least get a pick off from that clump up.
What happens? Boxy. He's scouted. Inkswell, Snowball, all onto the Slanner. It will make it in time, just barely. But Boxy is still very healthy. Now the Burrow Strike back into the Slanner, but Old 11 in big danger. Is going to die. Back on a DY now. The Grimstroke cannot survive the damage output from Quaitbar. And now we go on to Ori. Are there steps left? He has one, but he has been controlled and he will die. A triple kill out for Quaitbar. And I'll tell you what, John, Liquid, unlike yesterday, or rather the day before up against VG, are looking very dominant.
Oh yeah, they're just running down lanes, they're playing aggressive, they know exactly what VG tries to do. They keep trying to buy Puyoyo space, they're throwing all 4 bodies forward, but they're getting punished much harder. Liquid are not dropping heroes in these engagements, they're hitting their own item timings really well. The Koifa already has Arcane Boots up, he's trying to save into the Kaya next, has the Orchid running, so the control is really big. And the side of VG are just lagging too far behind. 6k up for Liquid at 12 minutes in. That is a massive gap. Look at Oli 11's farm. He has none. Still saving up for the blink. They need that up to at least have one stable wave to initiate him. They've also kind of missed the mark with the Inkswell combos. Like, if they want to play aggressive with Puyoyo, he needs to get the Inkswell timing perfect so that when he blinks in, the stun is off and they can burn down someone like Koifa. But it is a pretty tricky combo to perfectly land. But they're going to need to execute perfectly if they want to bounce back in here.
Going to be a bit of time here for Vici. Trying to catch up ASAP. Meanwhile, this whole time, Mike, he's been farming so darn well on this Weaver. So over 2k ahead of this anti-mage Puyoyo. Tarned up as well. Snowball, top lane. They're going to go after Insania, but he has help around. The only problem being is he's going to die way too quick.
You seem to have trouble grasping concepts.
Of course, the Weaver, he's actually going to stick around here onto PYW. He actually hits like a truck right now and almost gets the kill, but not quite.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
On the edge, and you really have to respect Mickey's damage. It is a lot at this point, and that's without the Corrosive Haze on top from Boxy being around him. And speaking of Boxy, Ag's almost up, just about 300 gold away. And once you have that in the slaughter, things get really ridiculous with a crush, with a sprint. You managed to force the deny mid as well, so even more of the map opening up here for Liquid. And VG, they still need to stall this game out. Puyoyo is just flying out his Battle Fury, it looks like, or at least most parts of it. And until that's done, it's just going to be such a slow game. He still lacks one part. The rest of VG will have to pick up the pace and still play this pick-off game.
Makes it really hard when you've got to carry AM because he can't even help out, especially in these instances where Old 11 getting jumped again on the Sand King, but they're going to stop Insania in his tracks, at least for now. Snowball out, Insania continues to survive, surely not for long. He'll keep going though, they can't kill him. Insania, he keeps healing him while the rest of his team just wipe out Vici Gaming.
Tis mine.
And these Spirit Siphons just won't let the DP die.
Yeah, it's difficult. We've seen them struggle from laning phase level 1. Even until now, it's just not a hero they can handle. I have to say, Old 11 going for this skill build. 3, 4, 1, no ult. It's costing. They need the epicenter up. They needed it up earlier. And now it just feels like the level 1 epicenter is going to be underwhelming, since they didn't get that early spike with the Sand King, so they've got to watch themselves. Liquid, they don't have any long cooldowns except Exorcism to wait for. If you re-engage now, they still have a lot of power on hand. Could cause issues. Just wait for Puyoyo to get the Battle Fury and hope the AM can hyper carry you, but 10k, it's just way too wide.
Boxy's just got an Ags up.
Yeah, he was 300 gold a while ago. 300 gold off, it's just ridiculous.
How have they got a 10k net worth lead? We're 15 minutes in.
Yeah, they just won out every lane.
This is Liquid for you, John. Well, one game they look average. Next game they look like gods. It makes no sense, this team.
Yeah, that's how they go, right? Like they always meme about it on Twitter as well. It's like a 50-50 thing. Are they on top today? Are they not on top today? Right now it looks like they are. VG, they're not dissuaded. Do smoke up. Gonna try to look for a target. They do have epicenter up in Old 11, so this could be better.
They're gone Insania. The TP rotations immediately into the mid lane. He is just about to die and done. But now the turnaround. How much can they punish them? It looks like a hell of a lot. Old 11 gonna die again. Ori is trying to run, but Boxy is on the chase. Meanwhile, to the right side, PYW is gonna die to boot. A 2-for-1 trade again from Liquid. That's one of the things about this team. When they know they've got the lead, they really know they've got the lead. They'll take every fight they can get.
Yeah, they're just abusing the side of VG right now. Poyoyo, even with a Battle Fury, and it's like a 16-minute Battle Fury, he still needs to farm up. Still lagging behind all the cores of the side of Liquid. This is just not the hyper carry AM game you're seeing, and even if they try to play aggressive now, Poyoyo is 3 full levels behind Mike. Not the state you want your AM to be in. The side of Liquid, again, just playing with their item spikes really well. They're probably going to be eyeing Roche soon. They can melt it very fast with a Slaughter around and a Weaver around. But they're not quite in position to take that yet. Still, SNY up in Mike. He's going to be so much more durable up front. And again, his damage output is getting really, really high. VG, 11k behind. They have been forcing fights. They have been playing as 4, playing that 4 protect 1 style. Just not lining up the kills. They need to stop jumping Insania. I get that he's the only person they see, but they need bigger targets. Like, the DP takes too long to burst down, has a Hood of Defiance, 2 fluffy hats, so much HP, and the regen on hand is just ridiculous.
I love the way he set out his items as well, Insania. On the side, they can't be together. It's always on the left and right.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It's so hard to try and defend towers when Boxy's got such a quick axe. You've got this Slaughter, 2.4k HP, crazy HP regen. There's no answer. I mean, Vici, all they can do is avoid the side of Liquid and keep farming up on Poyo and hope for a miracle later on.
Yeah, they're starting to lose ground. That Roche we talked about happens now, and of course Boxy with the Corrosive Haze. Look at it melt. It's not going to last too long at all.
No, it is not. Here you go, Roshan down. Aegis the way of Koifa. And Liquid immediately rushing to that mid-tier 1, making sure it takes no damage. Vici.
Oh man. This is so awkward for Vici. Look at Poyoyo. He's forced to go Ghost Scepter just to defend himself. That is not good news when you see an AM rush Ghost Scepter. Second item after first item after Battle Fury. Never a good sign. Gonna go for the Manta Style next. That should help the cause, but he's gonna have to just stick back, let the rest of his team comp the aggression. And VG are sort of poised around the map just to see if anyone fights the bait down bot, but Liquid read them like a book. They just don't show up.
Yep. Roll. Tigers have it a gander. You have a look.
Got it. I'll take your tribute. Arcane power.
Oh, old 11. It's so hard. Like, Quaitha's 10-0-3 now, John. When you're 11k behind and there's a Storm Spirit that's 10-0-3, and on the other side there's a Weaver that's 3-0-6. You know, you're just easy pickings no matter who you are. Tiger trying to roll in, misses the initial roll. VG Gaming, they're going to get themselves out. I mean, Poyo is literally going to carry them. That's all there is to it. This anti-mage has to farm like a madman.
That's the call now. That's all they can do is hold out for Poyoyo, but he's surrounded.
Oh, they've got him. Silence out with the stun. He is being body blocked by Boxy. He just cannot get away. Even with the Ghost Scepter, it definitely helps. Just not enough.
No, VG, you're really being torn apart. 13k lead now for Liquid. They've still got the Aegis. They've got the Exorcism as well. They're just going to melt this tier 2 mid. They can maybe start to knock high ground if they want to. There's some good high ground defense with Old 11. He needs to land the epicenter, and it's still a level 1 epicenter. Like, that just tickles. He's not even level 12. Look at Insania. He's 12.
YW, shots off the mark. Boxy right back in with the stun, but there's the epicenter. It does no damage, however. Boxy is outreaching the damage. Now Quaper right in onto PYW, gets one into Ori. They whip him before they take him out. He's been silenced. He'll go down. Boulder smash off the mark, but it won't matter because Boxy is there with the follow-up stun, and there will be just a complete massacre as Poyo tries to go in for the Mana Void. It may cost him his own life. He gets Ink Swirled. At least he will survive for now, but Quaper's back with the silence. They will get the AM. In fact, Quaper, he's not done yet. He wants everything. DY just trying to run back to his fountain. It's going to be no good. It's a full team wipe, they call it. They have had enough of the torture. Liquid. I don't know what to say about this team, John. They look incredible. When they're hot, they're hot.
That they are. They pop off big time. VG.
Yeah, Lion managed to get the kill on the... Good relationship.
Liquid's turn to pick.
Him anyway. Liquid's done that before, so they can time themselves around these ults. VG him anyway. Liquid's done that before, so they can time themselves around these ults. VG are shaping up for some good team fight themselves. Mars Disruptor. Static Field with the Arena is really big. Static Storm with Kinetic Field Arena. Really big combination. They can build up some really aggressive cores now as well, but Liquid get the response. You picked the Mars, but didn't ban out Jug. It's just going to spin right out. Not care for the magic damage from the DP as well. And even the Disruptor, if he spins before the combo comes in, you're not going to lock him in.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
VG Gaming's turn to bat.
Praise King!
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yep, he has more uptime in terms of his damage output because he's not tied into Omni Slash like the Jug would be. I don't know if the Raid King's going to be enough to overwhelm what Liquid has on hand. Like, they have so much good team fight. Vici does as well. But just the core matchup, I don't think it's enough. We're going to have to see something come out from the Ori hero here for VG to really complement this lineup. Liquid, and this Wamo combo is ridiculous. If they get something mid for themselves that can really make use of those fatal bonds and the control you get with Vac Wall, could be a bit scary. So there is a lot to consider in this back and forth. You also have to note, like we mentioned, Earth Spirit Darkseer. Down the line, Jug Darkseer spinning on you with the Ag Shard. That is also pretty devastating here from Liquid.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
So have to note, like we mentioned, Earth Spirit Darkseer. Down the line, Jug Darkseer spinning on you with the Ag Shard. That is also pretty devastating here from Liquid.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
It just feels like VG might want something that plays with the arena a bit better. I think a Storm might be good, as you mentioned. You only really have the Earth Spirit to worry about. Beyond that, there's not much lockdown actually in Liquid's end, and that's one weakness of going for the Warlock. Right, you're stuck with Earth Spirit for stun and control and initiation. Every time Golem's down, Liquid's going to have a hard time taking control of the bigger team fight. So VG could just abuse that, go for something slippery here down mid, and Liquid, if they don't ban it out, could be a clean pickup for VG. Ah, yes, I've seen that. I've seen that. uh, there's a really good tweet from DogChamp as well, and I love that ban on Storm. We were talking about it. Good tweet from DogChamp. They asked, "What's more unstable, NA roster shakeups or EU tournament performance?" A dog champ. You know, those NA teams are really fond of the trash talk there, you know?
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Oh, gosh.
Team Liquid's turn to pick.
Winter Wyvern.
Yeah? That one's spicy. We have seen Core Wyvern before. I kind of enjoy watching it, even though it's like really awkward with timings. I do enjoy watching Core Wyvern. I don't know if VG would go that spicy against Liquid, but this is kind of one way to tie in their team fight. You've got great setup with Mars. You could easily start with a Winter's Curse first, follow up with everything else, and that's one easy way to clean up. Liquid, just go into the Viper, solid pick, kite around a Wraith King. You've got stuff to pierce through the BKBs as they come out. Really solid lanes coming through here from Liquid. Really early aggression. They've got to play it as quick as they did in game 1, and there's no spice here. It's the PYW Wyvern, so nothing dank like the Winter Wyvern core. Would have loved to see it, but VG aren't going to take that risk. Very solid lineup. Great team fight coming through for VG. We're just going to have to see that back and forth. Can Poyoyo hold out his lane? It's not an easy lane with Earth Spirit Darkseer, even for a Wraith King. He's going to have to watch his spacing there and see how much his supports can buy out for him. Yes. Yes, of course. I'm going to say it. I love the Warlock. I love this combination with Darkseer. It's just so beautiful. It's the perfect Warlock game. You get the Vac Wall, you get the Fatal Bonds off, you get the slow from afar, and they're stuck in the wall. What do? I mean, they control a lot of spells. Don't get me wrong, Vigi has a lot of spells to throw out in that clump up. So it's going to be difficult for Liquid, no matter how much I love that draft. But there's a lot of potential. And I think it's very close in draft. Maybe a slight edge for VG on paper, but my heart says Liquid. They have a Warlock, damn it. It's a great hero, okay?
If you are new to the game, don't choose Warlock. It's not a great hero. Maybe in a turbo game, if anything.
Oh, it's terrible in turbo. What do you mean? The cooldown's too long.
Well, it's terrible everywhere, John. I just don't want people losing MMR.
Really nice lane as well. Like, they're going with Warlock Jug. This is going to be hard to zone out. Some potential for aggression. If you do get a good Shadow Word on and you spin on top, could be nice burst damage on hand. There's an early smoke here from VG, but they're not being aggressive. They plant a forward ward, expecting some movement out from Liquid, but they're already at bot, just kind of zoning out, and shouldn't lead to too much action here. Although Insania, you don't want to cop too many hits from the Mars early on.
Okay.
30 seconds.
Cut down some trees while he's around. Old Levin. Give him a poke. It's Rebuke as well. Three people up top, so they want to try and go for this early first blood attempt. So they've shown they have the God's Rebuke, so nothing like a spear. Is that a double sentry? Double sentry.
Yeah.
New
meta. Just to be sure.
Yeah.
You've got 2 eyes, you need 2 sentries, Mike.
Absolutely.
To my fiends.
Boxy, he did manage to swipe away the bounty rune down at the bot side, and that's actually 4 bounty runes the way of Liquid. Vici Gaming, did they really not manage to get 1? No, they did not.
Yeah. Really good zoning out from the side of Liquid, just forcing them to run up top, making them ignore the runes, just snagging them away. That's going to be a huge gold boon for Liquid, as that should allow some early item pickups, especially mid. You can see Koipa is going to playing there up against Ori. DP versus Viper. It's actually a pretty steady lane for both sides to hold, so you can kind of just get that going for yourself early on. You can see some aggression up top. Insania does opt for level 1 Fatal Bonds to zone out. You're not going to have the burst heal on hand, but should be able to get level 2 relatively soon. The issue is this shoves the lane out just a bit. So you're going to have to watch yourself, and Insania finds all the sentries and the obs for it.
Bit of XP there for Insania. Very nice on the Warlock.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Over in the mid lane, you do have Koifa up against Ori once again now. Even though Ori's playing the mid DP this time, up against the Viper, it still can be rather annoying, to say the least. I suppose that goes for any kind of hero into a Viper. Ori, he's getting some free space to farm now, but actually bot lane Tiger just chasing down TY. He'll give his life away for this, but first blood, the way of the Earth Spirit, and it goes back to what you talked about in the draft, John. Iron Shell Earth Spirit is very, very nice to play with.
It's just really hard to counteract here from the side of VG. You can see how far back Poyoyo's playing with the lane. Looks like they did get a creep pull at least to stabilize it a bit, but this is just not a good time for Wraith King. Like, Wraith King into Darkseer is just not fun. Constantly being iron shelled up, constantly getting that harassment. You need to gap close to get your farm. So you are tanky, but you don't want to really cop too many iron shells on hand.
Boxy, iron shells out, but it's taking a lot of damage. DY not level 2 yet, so he doesn't have the glimpse up. Can't force Boxy to come back. That the Darkseer just gonna salve up and be perfectly fine. It's like Tiger's going to make his way back in anyway, just in case he needs the help. But as the levels go up on Boxy, things are just going to get that much harder. That level 3 power spike, it feels really nice in the Darkseer. Of course, once you hit that level 3, you just put it on Tiger and let him roll in.
Yeah, you can easily just run down. You already saw what happened to Poyoyo in that engagement where he was trying to be aggressive. 2 Iron Shells level 1 just got his HP to less than half. He was forced to be salved up by DY. You don't have any regen left on Poyoyo himself, so he's going to have to watch how far forward he's willing to go for the creeps, and that just sets up for Liquid to have a great time. Boxy just finding all the creeps. It is a Darkseer. He will just clear out these waves, and Poyoyo is starting to lag slightly behind.
Poyoyo, he jumped on now. There's the Iron Shell out. Boxy, he's trapped up by the kinetic field. He's going to try and surge himself out, and he's not going to make it. DY able to make sure he gets at least the final last hit off. Only get this pesky Darkseer. Tiger will be left alone for a little bit.
Yeah, it's a bit of a small mistake. They placed the Iron Shell on Poyoyo, so they didn't manage to really get the damage off because it was on Wraith King. Have to watch that when you're kind of clicking around. Hitboxes can be awkward. Still opens up maybe some potential for movement for Tiger. He could try to move out of the lane, secure those 4-minute power runes. Not very important for a Viper. More important to just ensure Ori doesn't have a way to recover in this lane.
Fatal Bond's really starting to get annoying as well. Top lane on old 11. The damage output. This poor Mars. Not a very fun time at all. Back down to bot lane. DY been chased up. Boxy's here with the Iron Shell, and that'll be a dead disruptor. He tries to get the courier of Tiger at least, but won't even get that. It's kind of a helpless situation as well when you're playing POS 5 into a Darkseer like this with an Earth Spirit that could just roll in. Poyoyo, he's going to try and get something done, but now Tiger shows up. They've got the Iron Shells out with the roll follow-up. Poyoyo, he's still trying, but he just can't get it done. PYW, he'll TP in to get the job done instead. And meanwhile, Koifa and Ori both going down in the mid lane, but Ori did get the kill first.
That's pretty good for VG, keeping up with the aggression. Still not going to be very happy overall. I mean, you dropped your core down bond, even if you kind of went ahead in mid. Slowing down Poyoyo can be detrimental, and we have seen that, especially in that last game. You will have to watch yourself. You do manage to even out the bounty rune trade this time around, so you're not going to be too upset about it, and like the initial bounty rune spawns. But I think Liquid overall just having better lanes. 4th, 1k lead up for Liquid. Their aggression is starting to match up. Mickey's farm up top is much better than Poyoyo's farm bot. So just from that factor alone, I think you'd be very happy on Liquid's end, slowing down that Wraith King.
Going splendidly, 1k net worth lead for Liquid. 11. At least this time when the Mars can stand and contest this lane. Sanking last game just felt possible. It's the waiver of but that was out by Mickey. Rather 11. Gonna stick around. DY. He's around as well. Just trying to soak some XP from the jug. There's not really much they can do to stop Mickey from farming. That's the thing, right? He can always just spin away. He's always going to have that healing ward as well to just reset him. Mid lane, Quaifa, he does get another kill onto Ori.
Yeah. And you're starting to see some activity come out from Taiga. That is what you want to see from the Earth Spirit. Force some movements around, force a response, apply that pressure. Quaifa being very happy does tip Ori. He's trying to get in their heads a bit, but you're already up 4-5. You're playing Viper. I don't know if Quaifa has any right to tip anyone here.
Dire's bottom
he can tip if he likes, John. It's alright.
A Viper player. A Viper
He is a
player.
Viper. I agree, John. When a Viper tips, it is kind of sickening, I must admit. Old 11. Spin out from Mickey. He has the level 5, so that means level 3 spin. Nice spear though, but it won't matter. The Fatal Bonds will be enough for at least Insania to take the kill. Suppose on the brighter side, it's Insania taking the kill rather than the jug. Meanwhile, TY, yeah, he got kicked onto the high ground. He does have a TP ready to go. He'll be fine. Unless Tiger sticks around to make sure he can't TP away.
Oh, that sounds like griefing to me. Still down mid.
PYW. Trouble. Roll. Tiger. Trying to close the gap. Old 11 misses the spear. DY now to show up. He does have the glimpse. This should mean at least one kill. Tiger, he'll go back for PYW and almost gets him, but he's not quite close enough. W just going to be fine to walk back to the fountain now on the Wyvern.
A great punishment coming out from VG. Old 11 did have to TP in. So you're once again leaving that top lane alone for Mickey. Still finding that free farm on the jug. You are starting to pull slightly ahead in Poyoyo. He's been given some space without the pressure from Taiga. Not much of a threat onto the Raid King with just the Darkseer alone, at least in terms of kill potential. And Poyoyo is starting to find that initial farm. Probably looking to go for the Midas build-up. And there is a pop up from VG.
Arena going to be used up. They get nothing for it. Tiger now spotting out DY. They just want to go after the Disruptor. Ori going to try and protect. Limps away on Quaifa. Back to that tier 1 tower. Now PYW is going to show up. Viper Strike committed. Spear off the mark. Old 11 now going to get jumped on. Tiger, a great boulder smash. They got the tier 1 mid. That's what they wanted, but they are taking a hell of a lot of damage for this. The Ghost going to keep Ori alive. PYW may not be so lucky. Tiger will continue the chase. Boulder smash off the mark. Now DY is going to show up. But yet, VG Gaming, even though they lose Old 11, you've got to be pretty happy with the fact that you got that tier 1 mid tower gone.
Yeah, it's a big tower to take. Opens up the map a bit more for some aggression out from VG. They can look to invade the jungle if they want to. And start to prevent some farm coming out for our jug. So Mickey's got to be a little bit careful there. Still, there's a major spike here on Liquid. Level 6 up on Insania. You've seen how much damage Fatal Bonds can do. Now that you've got the Golem to set up as well, you could maybe look for some plays. You would want that to line up with a Vac Wall on Boxy, and of course, Darkseers nowadays don't tend to go for that until level 9, level 10. So you're going to have to wait for those spikes on Boxy to really get the big team fight. But they could force the issue now if they want to with the Golem. They want to apply pressure on Poyoyo. They've been falling behind in that regard. Poyoyo very close to his Midas. And that's going to be the point where the Raid King can just farm up and just ride through his levels, ride through that initial farm and get his items up.
Boxy going to start trying to apply that pressure down at that bot tier 1. Quaifa going to show up with Tiger and Insania.
Dire's top tower is
Same thing happening towards the top lane. Old 11 will just do it by himself for now. Oh, mid lane. Mickey, he's going to show up. Omni slash on PYW, but the creep wave coming in at just the right time for PYW. That'll be Omni down. Now Winter Wyvern walking away very happily.
Yeah, it's a bit of a waste of spell, though, up top.
They drop the wall. Tiger, Boulder Smash does connect this time. Into the roll. Poyo going to show his face on the Wraith King. Tiger, he went for the Magnetize. It's not really going to lead to much. BG, a fight to back. Liquid, they will at least deny the top tier 1. Only issue being is the bottom tier 1's being pushed in as they get the Witch's Curse off now. Onto Boxy, they want the Darkseer dead, but there's your golem being dropped. A big bread genie, but Boxy, he has nowhere to go. He's just trapped in the arena. They'll at least get the reincarnation life. That's about all they're gonna get.
Gotta keep limbo.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Bottom tower.
Beachy's just out.
Yeah, really good plays coming out from them. They take all the tier 1 towers now from Liquid. So Liquid are going to lack some space to get some farm up. Mika still needs some more farm to be up and running. And that was the first golem drop as well coming out from Insania. Not the best result. So you're going to have to wait for that cooldown now. They don't get to push with the golem. They don't get to win a big team fight. And VG are going to be riding happy. Midas up on Poyoyo. Gets to farm up, gets to build into more items as he needs. And Liquid, there's some pressure to play fast. I guess you could just sit back and wait for levels on Boxy. Again, once you have a value point in the VAC, you feel a lot better in taking these team fights. Without it, the setup is just very difficult to get a good golem drop, to get really good Fatal Bonds off. You're not getting value from your team fight spells at all.
Aghanim Scepter build up now by Boxy. It makes it that much more annoying to play up against the Darkseer having those 2 charges of Iron Shell. Feels like one lane will always be pushed in for Liquid no matter what. BG smoked up. Old 11 and DY gonna run into the Darkseer. Glimpse is gonna be out. Wall being dropped as well. That'll be enough. They aren't able to catch Boxy this time.
A bit of a zoning wall. Doesn't look like they're going to be too worried about it because Chaotic Offering's on cooldown anyway. So ideally, you just line up those spells for the team fight. Liquid right now are being very disciplined in getting some space out for Mika. He's farming bot, he's got some space. The rest of Liquid are taking that risky farm in their jungle. They know that VG wants to play aggressive in that side of the map. You've also got Koipa showing down mid. But they're just not... They're just protecting Mickey right now, ensuring that the movements out on these other heroes have to be a bit cautious, as VG's still getting a lot of ridiculous farm onto Poyoyo, and he is going for the Radiance next.
Midas is available, but he's got nothing to use it on. A little bit unfortunate here for Poyoyo. Massive Midas, I believe they call him.
That it is. Never like seeing it, but, you know, you're farming Ancients. You don't have any other camps right now, so what can you do? Not much. Gonna have to go elsewhere. Good scan out from VG. That does mean they scan out the smoke. And Liquid probably even pop that smoke as well.
Oh, nice roll in, Tiger. Right on the mark, into the Golem and the Fatal Bonds, into the Viper Strike. Everything just being thrown out. And Insania gets credited for a double kill.
Yep, Warlock gameplay. Very high skill from Insania. He presses Q, he presses R, and he finds the kills. Isn't that great, Mike? High end. Top shelf.
Into the mid-tier 1 tower they go.
Radiant structures are
I do like the Golem cosmetic, by the way, John. I know you're not a big fan, but I'm a pretty big fan of it.
Look at his arms, though. That's some wonky eye case.
Roll out. BG, nice flips back. They've got Koifa. Arena down with the speed. But the wall gonna be quite nice from Boxy. Gonna get him vacuum off. Not quite. Now he can. Everyone's in the wall, but they do kill off Koifa. Old 11 just trying to run from all these illusions. The Fatal Bond's even still going, and this upheaval slow is also quite ridiculous.
Oh, it is.
But it won't lead to much.
It's level 1, so it's just going to get worse as time goes on. Still, pretty good counterfight coming out from VG. Managed to get a nice kill. Not as much as you'd expect. Like, the rest of the Liquid heroes bail out, and that did cost them quite a few spell casts. They had to pop the Static Storm, although it's a fairly low cooldown. and they had to drag in Poyoyo. That's the bigger issue. They had to show up for that fight, whereas Mickey, again, he's been AFK farming for a very long time, still maintaining a lead over the Raid King, about 900 gold, not much, but it is still enough for maybe 1 or 2 major items to be done beforehand. Liquid still riding steady, 7 to 10, 2k lead up. They should be playing around the golem timing, so once you have that next golem along with a wall, that's when you can expect Liquid to go for another smoke, but VG have lower cooldowns here.
Stania, been a rock and a hard place, but he's fine. They just don't have the follow-up.
Dire are scanning.
2k net worth lead for Liquid. This whole time, Mickey's still just freely farming up on the junk. Almost has that Manta. Poyo, working towards that Sacred Relic. Not going to be the most amazing timing for him, but he's getting there.
Still going to be pretty good. Sub 20 minutes is always great for Radiant's timings. Allows you to be really aggressive early on. The side of Liquid, probably not minding the slower pace. Again, they're waiting for resets on the cooldowns. They don't mind just waiting back, not being punished for not having Golem, not having Wall. That's when VG needs to play. They have such low cooldowns on their own spells that they can abuse the side of Liquid for playing passively, but they are just trying to build up farm themselves here on the side of VG. So BKB being queued up here by Ori, just wants to stand in front on DP. We have seen, again, DP very hard to burst down. With a BKB, you're not copying a lot of damage anymore from the side of Liquid, so that could be very potent in tanking up. The side of Liquid, though, all spells up, they smoke up. VG have to be ready for this. They should know those cooldowns are up.
Go. Mid lane, Old 11 is around to defend. Mickey gonna have his smoke broken immediately. Giving ward up. VG seem to be aware that there is a smoke going on. Seems pretty obvious.
Radiant's middle tower.
But Liquid, they just want the T1 mid anyway. In fact, they're gonna try and fade the triangle. But Poyo is out at the right time. However, he does show top now. The pings are immediate. They want to kill off this Wraith King. Wait, but moving in, Poyo trying to run away. There's your upheaval into the roll, into the kickback, and he's not going to move now. Not into that slow. He is stuck. Reincarnation, who have a secondary life. Static Storm has been dropped by DY, but is it going to prove to be enough? Not with that Omni Slash from Mickey. They'll get the Raid King. Big curse, however, turning it back around into an arena. Old 11, this could be the combo. They get two. Boxy's dropping. Quaipa pretty low himself, but a great vacuum onto the high ground. Will it matter though? Probably not. Old 11 still trying to go after Quaipa. A spear not available. Surely soon. They do get him. That is Old 11. As Quaipa, he got the TP away.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
But still a great team fight for VG Gaming.
Yeah, they turn it around. You're still not happy about dropping your core, but Liquid, they lost their jug as well. Very interesting back and forth. The Golem used not the best. They didn't quite line up the spells. We need to start seeing more tied up Vac walls coming through. And as long as VG kind of staggered themselves in, Liquid will be forced to pop these big teamfight spells one by one and without catching as many people. So they need to really catch more people out. I love the build up here on Insania, going for the refresh over the Ags. So just wanting to have the double golems on hand, or just being ready to have the flexibility to choose when to have another golem, when to be able to force another team fight is always nice. The issue is Warlock does not farm well, especially if you don't go for Midas on that support pick, so it's going to be a little while longer until you see any progress in the pause 5 there. VG, keeping that net worth deficit tied in at 2k means that you are getting some good value here for Poyoyo. The Radiance is just about to pop up at the 20-minute mark, so not quite sub 20. Not the fastest Radiance, not the slowest either. Should still be impactful, and VG, well, they've got their own spells up. They should look to force fights even without the Exorcism, as long as they've got these other spells up. There's a fast blink on Old 11, so they can look to just blink in, get the Arena Spear off, get the follow-up Static Storm, and punish Liquid while they wait for these long cooldowns to go off.
Okay. Scepter. Build up. He's going to smoke with his team first. Roll off the mark. Old 11 trying to back. Boulder smash will connect. Mickey, a great spin to avoid the spear. Curse is out to try and protect the Mars for now. Meanwhile in the back, Tiger holding them down, at least for a little bit. And Old 11, they're going to have to commit the Omni to get the Mars kill. They still will be able to get it, however. It's really no problem for Liquid at the moment.
No, they can still keep forcing a big team fight. They know there's no arena. They've got the vac wall along with the golem, along with the fatal bonds. Could be tough if VG clump up too hard.
That it could be. Roll again onto Poyo. He has the reincarnate, but it's through the wall, and he's taking way too much damage. That'll be the first line. Big Kid trying to find a way out. In fact, no, he wants to go back in, but there's your Static Storm being dropped. Ori moving in now with the Exorcism. They aren't able to kill anyone. Liquid successfully back off. That's going to be enough for them. They did commit the Golem. They committed the Omni. Literal 0 gold exchange in that team fight. But I think as long as Poyo is not really farming, Liquid's more than happy.
Oh yeah, your Raid King is still trying to play catch up to your Jug. It's still about a 1k difference, so again, not massive, but enough for Mickey to at least have one major item above the Raid King. And you're just stalling out in the major spikes for Poyo. The side of Liquid, big issues there were the fact that VG was very disciplined. They did not clump up, only Poyo was far out. The kick out as well from Taiga just kind of broke up any potential vac wall follow-ups. The wall was all you dropped, but Poyo was too far to really maximize the vac wood. And you kind of lost the potency of the golem drop because of that. You want them as clumped up as possible to win out those fights, although...
Lane, Old 11, again. The one being caught by Tiger. Magnetized, going to be popped. Old 11. Roll's going to be off the mark that time. Can they stun him up? Of course they can. Vacuum is there from Boxy. And Mickey is straight into the Roshan pit. No messing around.
Yeah, without the arena, without the extra system, it's going to be really hard to force a fight in there. They know they've got a lot of power. It is counted out by VG though. DY, the static kinetic field, can see it, but they don't have the heroes on hand to contest this.
No, they do not. First Aegis of the game. Going to go the way of Liquid. Just 1.4k away from picking up the full Aghanim Scepter. You've already seen how hard the team fights are for VG Gaming without that Ags being up. Once the Ags are there for Mickey, it's such a big power spike for the Jug. You start to wonder how VG plan to deal with it.
Yeah, it's starting to get a bit much. I think they've got pretty good responses. It starts to boil down into whether or not PYW can isolate the Jug before any of those big team fight spells fly out. So it's all down to a big Winter's Curse, preventing any sort of initial slashes off, getting your position right afterwards, and kind of going from there. So some pressure here onto Winter Wyvern to sort of handle the Jug before he can Omni Slash out. Of course, we've seen a lot of plays against Jug with, say, a Lotus Orb. If you do manage to farm that up, you kind of ruin the Omni Slash with just bouncing around with him. So that could be an issue down the line as well if VG managed to find that farm. But they are still at a deficit, so it's very tight right now in resources. And Liquid are just taking great control of the map so far. Smoke out again. Golem gonna be up. Time to fight.
It seems like that's the idea. Just every time Golem's off cooldown, let's go. And it's always the Old 11. This poor Mars just can't catch a break. Tiger just magnetized the Old 11 this game. Gonna get another kill. Mickey straight down to the bot tier 2 tower now.
Radiant's bottom tower.
PYW, he's actually way far back. Ready to creep, skip, and maybe help his team out if they want to defend. But Liquid, they've already left. They've left Mickey behind. Into the mid lane they go. They just want to fight. They still have the goal.
Radiant's bottom tower.
In fact, who are they going to find here? It's going to be Ori, Koipa, getting jumped by the Exorcism. The Foxy around. BKB popped. The golem dropped immediately. Koipa still copying a lot of damage, but he's going to be just fine to back out and maybe just reinitiate it. They roll in again. Tiger trying to find DY, but the Static Storm was there in time. Poyo coming in as well. Are they going to commit? Liquid, yeah, they are. There's your Swift Flash out onto the Raid King. He'll lose his first line. They kill him a second time. Curse is out. Koipa slowing him down. Old 11 now with the arena is quite nice. Defensively, that is. The Raid King is barely able to get himself out thanks to Old 11. But it does seem like the Mars has sacrificed himself for the cause. Another swift slash, spear, not going to connect, he'll go down. And Poyo, he cannot stand his ground right now. He can't stand there and fight.
No, he's not tanky enough. Only has the Sanj on top of that Radiance. It's not nearly enough stats to man up to the damage output of Liquid. He's going for the SNY first. He's going to need the BKB to truly be empowered up front. But even then, we've seen Insania. He's not afraid of dropping a Chaotic Offering just to waste BKBs. So it ends up being an even trade in terms of spell use in that case. And Liquid, they find a tier 2, they don't really have the opportunity to go high ground without their teamfight spells, but they know they've already popped 1 BKB charge on Ori, in fact 2 BKB charges on Ori. They can just sit back, reset once more, keep building that farm up on Mickey, and just wait until cooldowns are off.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
T1 top tower. Ichi still without an answer.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I mean, this draft from Ichi seems like it's slowly falling apart. Either that or Liquid are just playing way too well. Mid, Ori needs to be cautious. He's going to be able to back off and pick up a haste rune.
Is under attack. Radiant's top
They've
tower
lost every outer tower now. And with that, Liquid should just be able to contain them and dominate the map. In fact, look at this. They know they're in their triangle D. Why?
Top tower is under attack.
Fell asleep there for a second. Quaipa is going to take care of him. Meanwhile, Mickey kills off PYW on the other side of the map. They just can't catch a break. Liquid, they are all over it.
Yeah, just maintaining that aggression. They didn't even have to pop Omni Slash. None of their big spells were pop. Golem going to be up in 3 seconds. They can force the push now. They've still got Aegis for, well, not long. Nick has got to be slightly cautious, but still.
Swift slash. The warning shot. Roll. Tiger. Not really connecting. Now the stun out from Poyo. They need any kill they can get. They'll take this one. Meanwhile, the Aegis does expire. They found Boxy. Golem has been dropped. They're going to try and fight back with the Omni. Bit of lag. It won't matter though. They just shred them to pieces. Static Storm has been dropped. Ori, Poyo, they might be able to keep fighting, but Mickey is not interested. He spins TPs. Quaipa and Insania are going to be left behind to deal with the mess. But never mind, Vici will clean it up for them.
Yep. It's a really great hold coming out from VG off the back of Old 11 making a big play with its spear back onto the tower on Boxy, just ensuring they had to follow up. Very messy fight coming out from Liquid. They're forced to use the Golem, use the back wall, not in the ideal circumstances. Taiga could not get off Magnetize because he died earlier on. So they had a numbers advantage, they forced it out. And Liquid forcing that fight a bit late. They didn't have Aegis on hand, they were punished for it. They are still getting some steady farm on Mickey. The Poyoyo is still keeping up relatively well. Again, the gap is still within the 1,000 gold. And that just means that, well, the Wraith King will still have power. Liquid, because they popped their big teamfight spells as well, will have to wait for the spells to go off cooldown for approaching the high ground once more. Probably set their eyes on the next Roche instead. And that could be where it starts to build up here for Liquid. But VG, they're starting to show their fighting power. They could contest the Roche easily if they wanted to. They need to get some wards out to watch their triangle, to watch the Roche pit, as Liquid will be eyeing that objective next.
They've still got a minute and 15 to even find out when the Roshan's up. Tiger's still just trying to work towards his BKB on the Earth Spirit. Like he just hasn't had a chance to hit creeps. Tania, the Refresher Orb, Warlock.
Oh yes.
A classic.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's a bit unorthodox over Ags first, but I think the key thing is it's not about the double Golem, it's about just being able to have Golem ready for any fight. So even if you pop it earlier on, if there's a need down the line where you need app control, you have it on hand, just more flexibility, and they do smoke up now on the side of Liquid.
Oh, forget the golem, John. Double fatal bonds is sounds a lot scarier when you consider the fact that you have an Omni Slash with the junk that's very farmed up. And who's going to run into it? Old 11 doing the hard work for the team. I'm not going to connect, but he got the silence off into the boulder smash. Old 11 already understanding he's in big trouble. Can't really get out of this one. On again, mega kill. Now out for Mickey. Suppose they could try for high ground now. There's no buyback on the Mars.
Yeah, could be potent. They've got Golem back up, they've got Vac Wall. They just need to watch their positioning, and Taiga needs to be careful with how far
Wall
forward
down.
it goes.
Whip slash. Boyo going to try and fight back. Lotus Orb going to keep him safe. That upheaval is so obnoxious. He can just channel it like that, and you can't get near Mickey to actually defend the tier 3 tower. Nice glip back, however, or rather glimpse back. They haven't got the spin on the junk. He's trying to survive. Mickey still alive. Will turn around now for the Omni. It's a big Omni. It's going to get rid of Poyo. At least his first life. On the run, Ori trying to chase him down. They will get a curse on the junk. Healing Ward will be taken out to boot. They found Tiger. Arena now, but Swift Slash is there for Mickey to remain safe. 11 is going to stick around on the front lines as Liquid are on the retreat now, but another nice glimpse back. Finn will be there this time. Liquid, they want to try and turn with this high ground. No, that is going to be enough. No, never mind. They're going. Old 11. Going to be held up for a bit, but it's just not going to matter. They have so much magic damage. Now Poyo, he's trying to kill Insania, but he's been slowed up by this Viper. That'll be his first life again. Meanwhile, Boxy, the high ground vacuum, he on the cliff. Now the Omni, the fatal bonds, everything being thrown out with the poison attacks from Koifa, slowing them down. The Swift Slash Ori, he's going to be able to TP away. But they're going back high ground, John. I don't think they're backing off.
No. There's no exorcism with the DP. They don't have to worry about that. The Winter's Curse will be up in a bit. But there's so much power on Mickey that I don't think he cares too much at all.
Ori. Walk away. First lane of racks for Liquid. Taken. He has Omni Slash up in 25 seconds as well, so they're going to retreat for a bit. PYW, that's a nice curse. That'll get rid of Insania. Now Old 11, no, the silence is out in time. Making sure he can't get the arena off. He'll try, but everyone is out of there. They get Insania with the curse, but that's about it. They cannot capitalize on an unfortunate situation for Liquid. Overall, Liquid still walk away with one lane of barracks.
Yeah, it took a while. That was a really long push from Liquid, but they find the objectives. They could start to eye Roshan next. Rosh is back up, Aegis Cheese ready to go. The Chaotic Offerings just about to head off cooldown on the respawn of Insania. So they can go into the pit. They've got the teamfight spots ready, but VG does as well. And VG does have at least one ward watching the back end of the rush. The pinks are flying out. Both sides know this is where they want to fight.
Ichi. How do you get on the high ground? Mickey, he's there. He breaks the smoke on Old 11 to boot. Very unfortunate for Vici Gaming. Foxy. He gets spotted here from Ori. They'll get the Yules out, but the roll in Tiger right in the time. Static Song going to be committed. Swift Slash there. Mickey just jumping straight into the storm. Arena has been dropped. He's got 4 of them in there, but is this going to matter? Do you have the follow-up? Insania somehow still alive, out healing them. They don't have the damage output. Ori trying to run. Swift Slash is out, just going through all of them. And Mickey gonna clean him up as Tiger moving in for more. PYW, he gets caught. Poyo, all he can do is TP away on the Wraith King, and it's into the Roshan for Liquid.
Oh yeah. That's going to be a really big rush for Liquid. VG, they tried to force the fight before going Roshan. They didn't have a good position. They only find a Warlock. At that point, Insania already dropped his spell, so he didn't care. And now you have to contend with Aegis Cheese on the side of Liquid. 2 lives in Mike. Hoiko with a lot of burst heal on hand, and at the least you don't have to worry about the Warlock, but respawn is fairly short. No Golem on hand though. You still are really annoyed by the Fatal Bonds and the upheaval. That is just way too much control, way too much damage being split up. And one thing about Fatal Bonds is it's just very hard to play against. You know, if you clump up with a Vac Wall, and you will be clumped up because of how much kite ability Liquid has with the upheaval on, then it's fairly easy to just land some big Fatal Bonds, and the damage output is just ridiculous, especially since you can kind of just have all of these AoE spells from Liquid, like Nether Toxins there, the spin from Mickey, if it's landing on multiple heroes, just burns them. The Iron Shell, it's a lot of value. And talking about sustain, Liquid, like you saw how long it took for Insania to die, right? He's got the heal, they've got the Ags upgrade on Boxy as well, so there's a little bit of an HP shield on the Iron Shell, which makes it really hard to actually dig through heroes, and that's something VG has to watch out for in prolonged fights. If you don't take care of the Darkseer and Warlock, they're just going to heal right back up.
Okay. Oyo. AC up. It's like Liquid. Keep 4 items while they can. It's really always a nice one.
Yeah, especially on a Viper. And it does look like Koifa is just going to stick to the spider legs. Just more mobility for a Viper is great. The side of VG... yeah.
Wait a minute, that item on Insania, that actually amplifies Fatal Bonds damage, right?
I actually don't know how Fatal Bonds kind of reacts with Spell Amp, but I think it does. I can't confirm because it never shows up proper. The bigger thing is like the upheaval duration lasting longer, the stun duration lasting longer, and chaotic offering. And along with that double golem anyway, you're going to be held down for a long time. True BKB.
This Chuck just so confident.
Radiant's top tower.
To move up and get the tier 3 tower, but now they may make you pay for it. The spear back to Golem has been dropped into the back wall. They've got everybody in there. The Omnics are just ripping them to shreds. Ori, he'll buy back immediately, and so will Old 11. PYW, he's gone. How do you stop this Rax being taken? Static Storm, they've caught the Jug. There's no follow-up to it. He's still hitting the Rax. He still has the Aegis. There's a gem on the deck.
Radiant's top has fallen.
Into the tier 3 mid. That team fight never happened. The Golem's up, by the way, John. It's been refreshed. Swift Slash, not going to be on target this time. Golem has been dropped, however. They've got the Raid King, but more importantly, they've got Ori with the tieback. If he does go down, Mickey trying to find about to lose the Aegis, but it won't matter. They get so many tiebacks, and that's it. GG well played will be called. Team Liquid. They'll finish off their night with a 2-0 victory over VG Gaming.
A really great performance out from Liquid. Warlock, Mike, Warlock. What a hero, isn't it?
because they have a lot of magic damage, a lot of stuns. He's going Orchid after BKB. Monkey King almost finishes Aghanim Scepter. He is super rich.
Alright, that's true. 6 to 15, game score 6k ahead. You take a look at the graph, definitely is on Astra's side. Well, the only thing OB Neon can do now is just keep their head down and waiting for Team Astra to just make a mistake, moving in, make a clumsy mistake on the smoke gang and maybe get 2 or 3 kills back, creating some space for Medusa.
The thing is, it's not easy late game. Like, Neon doesn't just win late game because they have Medusa, you know? Like, Monkey King is actually one of the best heroes against Medusa. They have Bad Rider to pull him into the ring, and Monkey King ult deals way too much damage even for Medusa to tank. So, sitting back and farming might be the only thing Neon can do, but it's not going to win in the game. They need to figure out something better.
But the conditions of winning the game is too hard for them. I mean, too many conditions, too many checklists to just win.
Oh, Monkey King called out one by one. Spear?
This is another checklist. You gotta be able to pick up some cores. He used the Balance Strike, he's trying to get away, but however his teammates moving in, they lost Monet already. But Astra is looking to go for more rounds. Here we go, FP Center for the first time, it has been released fully. Not that much damage. Queen of Pain dumping in, falling around some BKB. And, oh, I'm sorry, yeah. Bad Rider is on the BKB as well. And however, this
completely isolated. This
fight
not gonna go off.
Neon. Yeah.
Interesting. Like, Astra tried very hard to save the Monkey King, but he was already dead. They still managed to kill 2 heroes, but that was definitely a very good fight for Neon. Exactly what they needed. This Invis rune on Mars came in really handy. He did not expect it at all on Monet. Taken out of position. Good job by Joe Page.
Nice one, nice one. I agree. Good job by your Page.
On Monkey. He's lacking it. But
do you like the roaming of Team OB Neon in the first 20 minutes of the game? The roam, the positioning of all the supports, reaction time to the gang and all those stuff?
I mean, it's decent. Asta is a little bit better than them in that regard, like a little bit faster so far. But the last fight, like, they played really well. Like, Asta was slow to reinforce, and Neon was just a step ahead of them. Okay,
talking about the player play style, the player play style bit, is that a big difference between Debut 2000 and Monet? Are these two players playing pretty much the same, like keep on farming and just coming back on the late game, or which side is more aggressive?
They're very different. Like, for me, Scam, Debut 2000 is a very active carry player. You know, he likes those Rickies, those Juggernauts. Medusa is not a hero that I really think he excels on, but it was really good for the draft, that's why they picked it. Whereas Monet is a really good 4 Protect 1 player, you know, like he's the complete opposite. He likes to just sit back and farm, hate to get to the late game.
Yeah, and now it seems that Team Astra is just moving up to the middle lane, trying to take down the mid-tier tower to open up the routes and gaining control of the Radiant NC on the right side. Now they are back to top lane, to the outpost, getting ready for another big fight. If they can catch this one, gonna be a big catch. Shooting on Debut 2000, but it was a little bit too far.
Yeah, Bad Rider still needs 1,000 gold for his Blink Dagger. Until then, he's very strong in fighting, but their pick-off game isn't very good. They have no initiation until he gets his Blink Dagger, so they probably want to sit back and farm that on him. Because once that's online, that's when the lineup gets really scary. Big smoke up here by Radiant, and they're moving bottom, but no Asta hero is even there at all. So they're misreading the map a little bit. And Medusa has to be careful.
Careful indeed. Now getting control on the high ground, waiting for the team fight to happen. I mean, Aster, how are they going to start the team fight? I think they might send the Queen of Pain or start the Wukong Command in first, but this one is going back to peace mode. Neon was unable to find anyone.
It's, as I said, very tough for Aster to initiate, whereas Neon, they have multiple ways of initiation now. Sanking has blinked. Sanking, blink, Epi setup.
That's a good one, and then follow up with the arrow. I used to be the Bat Rider, and then I took an arrow in the knee. However, the rest is trying to use the Supernova. Die too. It's 2 down for Team Aster. Woo! Neon striking back after, well, a little bit too passive in early game.
Yep, Aster getting caught by surprise here yet again. And Neon been outplaying them the past 5 minutes. Very well done by them. Medusa now top of the net worth. Monkey King very close behind still. They really need that blink dagger on Bad Rider before they can make any plays happen. Still 1,000 gold away from it.
It should be 1 or 2 minutes in. But if the fight happens before that, and Bad Rider keep dying, delay the blink
this
dagger.
death is very bad for him. Like, it delays his blink by like another minute or 2 even. And he can't afford to die anymore. He needs to just be able to get some farm priority now. You'll scepter up, but no follow-up.
Okay, on top, Devil having some time to breathe. And
Skadi
pushing the creep wave.
Just needs to go for the point booster. And then we have our lovely Skadi Medusa.
Okay.
Jumping on Medusa here, but
on Medusa.
Nope, no chance. BKB, Bad Rider picked up his blink dagger now. Now is their time to possibly smoke up, get a pickup with the lasso, and then finish the BKB on Monkey King.
Alright. I think this one is going to be a big one. Blind him! Level 11. Not bad. Talking about going high ground against Medusa a bit. Is that hard to fight against Medusa on the high ground? I heard that Medusa is just like another tier 3 tower.
Yeah, Medusa is classified as a moving tower. However, because they have Bad Rider and a lot of backline jumpers to disrupt the Omni Knight this game, it's not going to be as easy for Medusa to just sit there and shoot. They have good ways to deal with it.
Alright. Maybe
Skadi
find a pick off first. Game is pretty slow on this one.
No, like Skadi or Medusa is not law friendly. A snake is not supposed to shoot ice.
Oh wow, that's that's deep.
Arrow, follow up. Oh, BKB popped just in time.
Yep, and then the follow up too. But that's nothing to stop the teleport, so right element teleport too.
Yep, says bye-bye. Getting 4-step there on the Mirana. Well played, dodged the Sonic Wave. But at least, you know, White Album showed them that I don't care about you guys, I'm stronger than you. And then he TP'd out.
Yeah.
Retracting that statement.
But also waits.
A message was sent, and then the message was deleted.
That's quite a big message because he spent the BKB charge too.
Yeah. Sometimes messages are pretty expensive, and you have to be careful what you type.
That's true. Alright, look at this one.
Here.
This is going to be big. Looking to strike from behind.
Oh my god, Medusa's out of position. Oh, to be so careful.
Cannot find anyone. Oh, he's out. They see the Medusa. And there goes. Catching debut 2000 for the first time. Supernova and Wukong command. Everything. Hornwell down so fast. And also running out of mana real quick for Medusa. He's walking away. But Bat Rider is still keep on chasing on him. No flaming lasso. But
he actually got out.
Bumping into on the BKB. And maybe just frame break back, waiting for the support. Where is the support now? Finally reaching the scene, shooting the Sun Ray, trying to slow that Medusa. That is one out of mana. But it was a little bit too far. So, well, such a big fight. But
they overcommitted too much on the
Omni Neon got away.
Yeah, they should not have let Medusa get out of there. There was no way that he should have lived. They used all 4 ultimates that they had available, and they couldn't kill him. Like, they overcommitted on the Knight because they were scared of him using Heavenly Grace. Stun arrow. Oh, a good arrow block here by the Bad Rider.
Setting up Arena of Blood, dropping quite low for Sanchi. He was hit the wall. He banged his head to the wall. Trying to get away from the Arena of Blood, shooting the Sun Ray once again at the same time as Guardian Angel comes out. Monet keep on chasing. Will slow it down and shall strike into the tree line, all of them. Next one that did fall is Hornwell, the Omni Knight. Omni Knight support having a rough time in this game, it seems.
Yeah, and this is the problem with Medusa lineups when only Medusa is fast. Like, no BKB on Mars. No BKB on Sand King. They're just not tanky enough at all. And without Medusa, because he had no mana, they tried to fight without him. Just not happening. Oh, thank you for the arrow, Mirana. Thanks for stunning Roshan. We'll make good use of it.
Alright, they got it. Aegis is immortal.
I am immortal.
Yeah, taking down top tower real quick. High damage output for Monet. Okay, she was scarred. Try to kill the illusions and then fall back. Seems like the first objective done for Team Aster. Get all the tier 1 tower down, get the Aegis, try to control the area, placing, but they haven't placed any aggressive observer ward, or maybe just got rewarded by Team OB Neon. Now they are grouping up in the middle.
Aggro wards up this game. They have a lot of good vision control. They have Mirana ult. So just overall, it's not easy to get in deep and place good wards for Aster here. But now they have this Aegis. They should be able to play more aggressively.
Okay. Something drop. Titan Sliver and Sentry. They are securing the top area, trying to take top tier 2 tower. I think OB Neon, I'm not sure if they know about that, or they're just trying to trade with enough power. Yep, big it seems like OB Neon knows. Yep, big smoke up, and they're gonna catch the support first.
They got arrow of Phoenix!
Yeah, they're gonna get locked down in the Arena of Blood too. Pop the BKB, and Yopa just keep on attacking. It's 2 down real quick for Team Aster. This is something that OB Neon waiting for after they lost many team fights in the past 7 minutes.
Worst case scenario for Aster here. Phoenix, Icarus diving in to be able to get a good egg position and the Shiva's guard on everybody, but he was diving right into an arrow. Unlucky for him, well played by the Mirana. Takes away any chance for Aster to fight this. But Aegis still up for 3 minutes, so they will have another opportunity. Also, Daedalus completed in 200 gold, which is like the new standard item build for Monkey King. They always build Axe, BKB into this Daedalus. It's just the most efficient damage you can have. If you get critted by those statues, a support can just get like 2-shot. Very scary.
My goodness. Well, talking about the unfortunate events, when I play Barthram, I always get bashed by the Roshan. Well, is that unlucky enough?
No, that's
so.
Deserved for picking a Spirit Breaker.
Really? All right.
Yeah.
We'll
Spirit
see.
Breaker pickers you know, they're bad.
Okay.
Bad.
I know. Okay, we'll see. On top, big smokes. This is actually the 3rd time already for Team Aster that they're doing a smoke and cannot catch Team OB Neon. In the previous smoke, OB Neon was on the right side of the map. But Aster moving in golden triangle once again, but cannot see anything.
Yeah, they're playing quite defensively on Neon. They want to wait out the Aegis timer for as long as possible. Like, they don't want to fight this Monkey King, it's too strong. Dusa is somewhat isolated here. They might be able to jump the back line. Dusa is very far in front.
Ow! Being fouled. Dusa, this is not looking good. Here comes Guardian Ankle quite early, waiting for the support to come in. That Sand King trying to find some ankle. Oh, slowly dragging away, just like you dragging evergreen chip. Oh no, he grabbed that.
Big Phoenix Egg and Overgrowth for 3.
Arena of blood. Once he touched down, he jumped away. Now let's take a look at the front line first. All running out of mana, especially Medusa. Powerless strike kills one. That is a decent damage. Medusa is not going to run away or fall back to the base safely because he is going back in the body bag. However, his teammate moving in with the epicenter echo, not the epicenter and barrel strike, but it's just not enough damage to kill anyone of Team Acer. This seems to be a great opportunity for Acer to just go in, get the first set of racks, or maybe 2.
No buybacks available other than on Mirana. There's no way they can defend these Rexes. They might just go for T4s to force those buybacks, but they don't have any. This might just be GG.
What? What is going on here? Now buyback.
Mirana buyback. They need to kill the monkey twice. Arrow follow-up.
Trying so hard to stop that, but you can't stop the Batrider. Look at that.
Omni Knight alive, but it doesn't matter. They're trying very hard, but in the end, it doesn't even matter.
Oh my
goodness,
what a weird way to end the game.
Getting absolutely manhandled. They lose one fight, the game is just over.
Give me your GG.
That boundless strike from the Monkey King just obliterated them so hard. It was on 4 heroes, and they all dropped below half, and some of them even died. Damn. Way too farmed on that monkey. Way too farmed on that monkey.
Wow. Team Aster managed to tie the series 1-1 versus Team OB Neon. At first, 10 minutes ago, I thought Neon is going to get this game quite easy because Medusa is so farmed up. And, well, that's it for us. Quite a quick game, 33 minutes in. We'll see what panelists think about this. Back to the panel.
I think that Medusas all around, on all the streams at the moment, are struggling a little bit. I believe Quincy Crew is also having a rough time there. And I also believe Tsunami, Omni Knight, bad. Yes?
Yeah, I was holding some reservations. I was like, well, maybe at some point the Heavenly Grace will be useful, but no, not really. It wasn't even that big of a deal. Lassos were not that big of a concern. It was really Monkey King was got online way too fast.
That SCA's chaos. Just play the chaotic teamfight playstyle that you did before, IODP, these kind of heroes. That's the anti-chaos. That's, okay, we're gonna set up a shop around the triangle, she's going to farm and we'll protect her forever. Yeah. And that doesn't work. Aster, they broke them. It felt like at the middle of the game, like somewhere in the mid-game, they realized we only lost that first game because of the IO plus DP. Let's just crush them. Let's roll over them, and that's how it played out afterwards.
They got also a lot of comfort. They get their Phoenix on Mad. King. They get Monkey King. They get White Album's Quap.
Yeah.
So thoroughly in their element, and it showed in their team fights. All these interceptions of the Mirana arrows. Even though this was a team fight right after they used a ton of ultimates up top on the Omni Knight and the Medusa, and only got the Medusa kill. They used the Wukong's command, they used the Supernova, didn't really matter. They were just always ready to fight.
Neon, they did prove that they can definitely take a game off of teams such as Aster, but they need to be in their comfort zone. They need to be playing the same playstyle that they did in Game 1.
I think what is really difficult for any team today is, for example, for OB Neon, their first game of the day, they crushed the first 15 minutes. They looked so good, so dominant, and that was their style. It was brawl from the get-go. It was fighting all the time. And as Tsunami said, this was Aster maybe breaking them a little bit because obviously they won Game 1, which was good. That was their comfort style. And I don't know if they felt like they needed to change something in their playstyle, that they should be playing slower, because obviously that game specifically was a slower game, but maybe they kind of over-adjusted.
It was really just the Medusa that slowed it down. All the other heroes seemed relatively high speed from the beginning of their draft. They picked up the Mirana, the Sand King Mars trio at the beginning, which was a little weird because we were like, well, who's the offlaner then?
Yeah.
But, you know, whatever. You can rearrange the Mars, that's fine. And then they just, like, went off into the deep end with the Medusa.
They even tried fighting with the Medusa early on, and that also did not work out, because it usually does not work out. You need to have a very strong teamfight composition around her to actually make her work in those early skirmishes. Sand King and Mars, they're fine, but they're not, let's say, Phoenix and Mars.
That's true. I do want to talk about offlaners a little bit, because the Bat Rider was offlaner for XSS this time, and it worked out. Yeah. I mean, we're a little bit skeptical on the hero, right?
Yeah, especially because XXS got targeted so heavily in the picks and bans that they were like, okay, whatever, just give him Bat Rider. You know, surely he knows how to play that. It was pretty good. Omni Knight was laning with the Medusa to somewhat mitigate it, but I don't know. I feel like something like a Sark would have been really nice instead of the Medusa. So something to deal with the Bat Rider, early combat, but that's a hero that we're just not seeing in these group stage and wild
Slark isn't really popular at all in SCA in China. You maybe 1 or 2 games
in
both regions.
Yes.
Yeah.
Raven plays a fair amount of Slark, so I'd be happy to see that.
Yeah. Could make a comeback a little bit. We'll see. Not today though. It's one of the heroes that is kind of missing. By the way, we did have our. If you count the whole DPC league, like all of it. All of it. We had a Necrophos play today, and Tsunami mentioned the same thing in the green room earlier. It was the last hero that was yet to be picked in all of the DPC. Mm-hmm. Well, the other one is Hoodwink, but hey, can't do that yet, so she got next.
When are we getting Hoodwink?
Hopefully coming 7.29.
Right, another hero is being released, and Hoodwink is still not in
captain's
captain's
probably is going to be at the same time, isn't it?
It's staggered.
Hopefully.
Yeah, because now, when there's a new hero released, pros... They don't really care too much because you can't play it yet. So now there's a new hero release for the pros and for the public.
Well, you forgot to mention the most important thing is that the Necrophos won. 100% win rate on Necrophos throughout the entire
one game pick, but still,
it was a rough one, but they picked it and they won with it.
Yes, another person who won with the heroes, Queen of Pain. White Album played that hero once again. I say once again very good. His previous game wasn't maybe as good, but definitely earlier on today he played it very well as well, and he had a great game. So MVP.
Yeah, definitely. Even in that last game, he had a couple of extremely strong moments, like diving the tier 1 with a haste, killing the Death Prophet, and then getting away even though there's 2 supports around. Dominated the lane in this game and in the last one, and just overall played pretty well.
Played very well. That was for Astar. I believe they have one more series today, so I don't think they're done just yet. I believe they have to face Thunder Predator and Neon. Also not done yet for it's long days for these players here. They're going to face PSG.LGD. So it's not over for them yet. It is not over for us either. And we are going to have a small break before our next series, but I am going to allow you to perhaps make some money during that break, because if you answer just 2 questions correctly...
2 questions?
Yeah, it's
2.
Dota questions, so you got to know your Dota. If you answer 2 Dota questions correctly, you have a chance. You could walk away with a $10 Steam gift card. You can buy some nice cosmetics with that. Of course, that's made possible by the DBS Live Fresh card, so thank you to them. And I'd say good luck.
We're such huge fans! Where did you get that skin? Whoa!
JBL presents
most people pegged as likely candidates to advance in the upper bracket, get top 3 spots. Alliance 0-4, big shock, have been drafting really poorly, I think. They've been drafting what worked for them in the league, but it's not what we've seen teams succeed with here. I think all 4 of their opening 2 picks in the draft have been just straight up bad.
Yep. They're starting with Io and Weaver in many of their games, and look, there's a reason why Wisp is picked, and that's not to put him on position 4. There's just so much potential on that core Wisp, and then they relegate it to Hansken, who is definitely a capable Wisp player, but this meta, you just don't... They're just biased towards these drafts that worked for them in Europe.
Their series after that, they had like a Lion Alchemist opener, and it's just like, teams are not going for these picks for a reason. It's much more teamfight centric. It's just not working.
It is not working. Yeah, they went for that was... So I don't know if you guys have this in other region, because I know Alchemist was picked a lot in North America.
Yep.
But we had Factory Alch come out a couple times.
Giving Aghanim some
Yes,
yep.
That's his job. He's just making Ag Scepters. It was not very successful. I think that's what Alliance tried to go for, but that was... It kind of felt like they were on bootcamp, what is it, a month ago, and it's like, hey, this is great, we should do this, and then didn't look back again after that first page, and then they wrote the book and they forgot to look back to what they wrote beforehand. Which
you could really see that and notice that with the way they were banning versus some of these, let's say, Chinese teams that we watched them in the day. They ban heroes that no one plays. Like I've seen them ban. I believe it was Alliance that banned Void, if I'm correct. Not Void Spirit, just Void.
Yeah.
So there are some things that you just don't expect.
Yeah.
And when you're playing versus Vichy Gaming, it's very straightforward. You know what these guys have been playing throughout the season. And I hope that Alliance, they adjust a little bit. FNG gets his Scottle perhaps.
Yeah.
S4, don't just give him a Factory Alch. Let him play the game, for God's sake.
And regardless of what we've seen from Alliance, I think the reason why you're saying this is likely to be such a good series is we know Alliance are one of the best teams here in this group stage, and what we've seen from Alliance so far isn't what we're going to see from them in this next series. They've had time to rest.
Yes, I think it is so important that okay, so there's a lot of teams that have been playing 4 series back to back. I think Alliance got really lucky that they got the first 2 series and then 2 series break before their last series of the day. So they definitely are a team that can recover after an opener like that. So I think that they should be coming in stronger, and they should have learned a lot. And Vichy Gaming, their opponent, they had a lot to learn from. We've seen them over the last 2 days. They had to almost, at least, pull everything out of the tank. So preparation should be done better this time around. But Vichy Gaming is still going to be a tough opponent.
They re-evaluated their drafts, their stance towards all what they're picking. Like PYW, you could see him in the DPC League constantly with the Shadow Shaman DY, with the Phoenix, Erika with that Raid King. I don't necessarily think that they should deviate from their comfort zone way too much. They should just adjust it to every individual team a little bit better. Maybe with the mid lane that's a little bit different, not perhaps always Puck for Ori, and off lane as well for Old 11. Pango is amazing, but not for every situation.
Not for every situation. Also, Vichy Gaming did just come off an 0-2 versus Team Liquid, so I hope that they can also turn their momentum around. But we know that they can, an experienced team like that. For our comparison, we went for 2 veterans of the teams. We went for the offlaners. Lizard, it was decided without you being here.
I'm fine with this. Old 11 versus S4. Yeah, why not?
Right?
Yeah.
They are both cornerstones. They are both the voice of reason, I would imagine, for the squads, right? There's a lot of comparisons to be made, but I want to know about the differences.
Old 11 is one of those that can sometimes make or break the game for you.
Yeah.
Like he has
less consistent.
Yeah, a little bit less consistent, but also very volatile, and he can just outright win the game for you off that offlane. Recently, they started playing a lot of Pango. First few games that they played it didn't look that great. I'm talking about the DPC League and the other leagues, FDC League in the Chinese region. But what I've seen yesterday, I believe, and today from his Pango has been pretty much amazing.
Yeah, it feels like at times he's more of a teamfight specialist, whereas I think S4, he's playing some more of like the Beastmaster, the Timbersaw. He's sometimes playing more of those like lane-pushing, solo-type offlane heroes.
Well, we're going to see if we're going to have some proper changes coming out. Vichy Gaming doing Alliance a little bit of a favor by banning out that IO, protecting them from themselves. Very noble. And the Death Prophet ban, I think...
This is really what I expected. More often than not, and now Vici Gaming also snatched it. We actually did see some Mirana being played even on mid in the Chinese region, which was very interesting with the Vici played Manta style. Okay, Alliance with the very early gyro. Now, Vici Gaming are the one that played this gyro on position 5.
Yeah.
Maybe Alliance is snatching that away. To snatch it. We actually did see some Mirana being played even on mid in the Chinese region, which was very interesting with the Vici played Manta style. Okay, Alliance with the very early gyro. Now, Vici Gaming are the one that played this gyro on position 5.
Yeah.
Maybe Alliance is snatching that away. And the Penguin.
It would be an odd first two pick, like if it's going to be your carry. I've also seen carry gyro look pretty underwhelming in most games.
Yeah, and I also don't think Alliance generally does not pick their gyro, or sorry, their Nico baby hero this early. Yep. They normally save it for 4th and then have S4's hero last, or vice versa.
Yeah, I saw a couple of EU and CIS players playing the gyro even on offlane and position 4, so the hero is very, very versatile at the moment. I would... do you think that Hansken would play Tusk, or they would put offlane Tusk? It doesn't... It strikes me...
FNG played Tusk earlier today.
It just strikes me like a complete FNG hero, which makes me think that this gyro is not a 5 at least.
Well, we're going to have to wait and see. Maybe we can learn a little bit more from the bans as they come out here in the second ban phase.
Yeah, you can see Vici Gaming, they're just covering the Pangolier with the Bloodseeker ban. You don't want to play against that Rupture. It's pretty good versus Mirana as well, as you can't really hide in those shadows of Moonlight. Meanwhile, Alliance with the Queen of Pain ban, just targeting Ori really.
Yeah, that seems like one of those mid-heroes that a couple of the Chinese teams are playing quite a bit of, and it's being respect banned against multiple of the teams.
Yeah, very interesting, because I've seen it more in SCA throughout the league than in the Chinese region.
Okay.
But recently it definitely is popping off. It feels like it's one of those heroes that comes back into the meta because of some certain matchups, and then just stays afterwards because people realize, wait, this is pretty damn good regardless. Alchemist banned out by Vici Gaming. They don't want to play against the Factory, and it would be a hero that would allow Gyro to actually be a position 1.
True, that is true. We saw it actually in the DPC League itself as one time when the Monkey King was banned out. Normally you want the Monkey King, maybe the Void Spirit as an early Ags, and the Gyrocopter was tried.
Even in the wild cards, I think Nigma tried this one.
Yeah, they did. And did they win that one?
No.
Surprise.
They won the Razor game, I believe.
They did.
And I didn't see them win anything else.
I don't think they did.
True? Yeah, that's one game.
There you go.
Sad boys.
Vici Gaming.
Yeah, Monkey King Storm Spirit banned out by Alliance. This is Storm Quap. I actually expected Storm perhaps to be banned a little bit earlier, or take priority over Quap for Vici Gaming.
You know, I mean, I guess they've had a bit more time to prepare, but it does feel like, you know, they've used that break to see what heroes, you know, Vici's likes to play. The Ori heroes very much being targeted with those bans.
Yeah, because he's...
5 seconds.
It's very interesting. Ori throughout the league hasn't really been the Ori that you expect, the one that comes and just dominates every single game. He's still very stable, but perhaps not as dominant, let's put it that way, as before.
He's also not been as flexible in his heroes, I believe.
Definitely.
Which, I mean, that's just draft related. I don't think he gets a whole lot of say in what he's playing. We got the Grimstroke ban out on the last one for Vici Gaming. Now, let's see.
They used 2 bans to cover the Pangolier, Grimstroke, and the Bloodseeker, and they used 1 ban to deny that Gyrocopter. Okay, Elder Titan.
I think this is one of the heroes yet to lose, unless it's lost today off stream, maybe. But I know coming into today, Elder Titan was like 5 wins, no losses, so...
It's just such a strong position 5 as well. We've seen it, I believe, on 4 on offlane as well, versus Oracle, which was very peculiar, because I usually don't want to lane it into Oracle, but it's just a strong 5. Just one of those that can really secure a lane for any ranged core. Something like a Drow plus Elder Titan is really strong.
Something you mentioned was one of the supports picked a lot with the IO carry. The lane when you tether him is just so powerful.
I am a little bit worried for Alliance as they take a lot of bonus time to go for this pick. They end up going for the Void Spirit, maybe a little bit of an eye pick as well from Ori.
Stable, nothing really extraordinary there to be expected of Void Spirit. Something that I haven't seen Ember way too many times in the DPC
turn to pick.
Ember was, there you go.
Now I can see it. Now I can watch
was also picked by Alliance this morning.
Yeah.
Void Spirit is it's a hero for Limp, but
It's just, it truly is still the spirit meta.
Yes.
If you can pick one of the spirits or the puck, you go for them.
10 seconds.
And especially when your opponents pick a spirit, they're also elusive. You want to pick one yourself because the spirits just kind of counter each other in a sense. So.
You don't really fall off against each other at any given point. You have different power spikes, but you have potential to kill one another at any given point. As that Prophet and Puck have banned out, Ember was the next thing that comes to my mind.
It feels like they have really good setup as well, like with the Mirana arrow. The Ember is often mid laner you see with the Mirana.
Chains into the arrow.
Exactly. Yep. They've got the ET sleep, so a really good game for this Mirana to find some arrow setups.
Yeah, now Vici Gaming, they have to think hard. Is this a core gyro? Is it not? Because if it is, Morphling carry sounds pretty legit, sounds pretty good for them. And they already... Oh, okay, Elder Titan.
I think it's got to be a support. I don't think this carry gyros just looks so weak to me.
It would be such a weak curveball. Like, haha, our gyro is a core.
No, 100%, I agree. Like, if you manage to pick an Alchemist on this fourth pick, then perhaps that gyro would make sense. Or if you had an IO, but... without these big buffs, gyro doesn't feel that great.
Vici Gaming, by the way, only just started using their bonus time. They've only used 2 seconds or something. Before that, they've got the full 2 minutes left.
A lot of time to work with.
Definitely.
A lot of time to think, but as they're banning, they're giving Alliance a bit more time.
Yeah, just because you have lots... If your opponents have none, often you sort of ban and pick.
You should just do it quickly.
The mind games.
But I would expect to see Nico Baby on like one of his more signature like Wraith King type heroes here. Weaver is still in the pool as well, I think. Morphling gets banned, but Vici Gaming's expecting a Nico Baby carry to come out.
Yeah, the Morphling banned out actually by Vici Gaming, so yeah, definitely not something that they're thinking about picking. And like you said, we were pretty good. They don't truly have a lot of control. Ember Spirit can set things up, but everything else is a bit telegraphed, right? Like the Pango, the Elder Titan, all these things you can dodge easily. It's a really strong lane with Tusk if they decide to lane it that way too.
Vici Gaming.
I think Vici Gaming themselves also looking at the carry pools. I think that's a TV ban.
Yeah. I can only see the eyes, so it's
I saw
TV.
the dark outline. I was like, I think that's a TV.
Let me in.
What kind of carry do you want to see from Poyoyo?
I want to see a TV, but apparently Alliance knew that.
You can't get that anymore because he has kind of like the same hero pool as Nico Baby. They're very similar.
The reason why they banned out the Troll and the Terrorblade is also the lane matchup versus the Beastmaster is the heroes that work really well against him. Another one that's still left in the pool is Phantom Lancer. Do they want to pick it? Not sure. We haven't seen it yet, I believe, at least not on this stream.
I think Vici Gaming really needs something that will take objectives. For Alliance, you don't have to think that direction as much because you've got the Beastmaster, but right now Vici have like no way to take towers, Roche, so to me they're looking at that kind of like maybe Jug type hero.
That sounds pretty good as well, yeah, because they only have skirmish mode right now, right? With the Pango, with the Mirana, with the Ember Spirit, it's all fight, but
PA removed as well.
This should be Wraith King for one of the
that too, yeah.
But then, do you already want to preemptively counter the Wraith King if you know that the other person is already going to pick Wraith King if you don't pick it yourself, and otherwise you're going to get countered? Mind games.
It's still a very strong hero for me. Wraith King is still one of like, top 4, let's say, carries. So.
I think it's a Wraith King into a Jug pick. My prediction.
Jug into
a Wraith King.
That's totally what you meant. Yeah. I know.
I'm not so sure about that.
I don't know if they want Wraith King, but I think Jug was what Vici Gaming wanted. So we'll see. Because even banning the PA, because that's one of those heroes you can never really omni-slash with the blur. So
Weaver, actually, they switch things around. The Vici Gaming are the ones that snatch that.
Isn't there quite a bit of disable for the Weaver?
Okay, Void Spirit is nice. You have Roar, which is kind of difficult to catch Weaver with, but Void Spirit is the one that you're really looking at. And Weaver overall versus Juggernaut just feels good, as you can never truly get Omni-Slash until he gets that Abyssal.
So who do you think is going to take the first game?
I like Vici. I think the Weaver's a nice pick. Even in lane against the Beastmaster, very easy to kill his boars. You're just not going to get pressure as much, so... an Alliance, I just think overall haven't looked that solid today, so...
Yeah, I really don't have a clean favorite, so I'm going to split the panel for fun. I'll go with Alliance.
Okay,
I like both drafts, really. Beastmaster plus Jug is a really strong force in the mid-game. On the other hand, you have a peculiar draft. You have this Weaver that shouldn't be pressured too much.
I also like both drafts, but so far Alliance hasn't proven to have earned my favor, so I'm going for Vici Gaming. Very curious to hear what kind of hopes my casters can give to all the Alliance fans out there. OD Pixel on the cost, please. Help the Alliance fans out.
Help the Alliance fans, all right.
Yeah.
When Young 11 is on Pangolier, he looks always really good, but he's playing into Jug, he's playing into Beastmaster, matchups that, no Pangolier player wants to play. Like, it's also similar to Grimstroke. I'm slightly favoring Alliance's draft here.
Yay! How about you, Owen?
I think the Weaver's going to have a pretty good time, but, maybe if the Alliance can sort of hit that timing, start running them, and get the Jug involved early, they're going to have a shot of dealing with that. And as Lacoste was saying, it's all about controlling this Pango. We've seen it so many times, this Pango just getting out of control.
Well, I am looking forward to hearing you talk more about it in the game. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Shiv. Yeah, it should be an exciting one. Alliance versus Vici Gaming. What else do you expect from these two teams coming into this game, Lacoste, from what we've seen so far here at the Major?
Alliance looked a bit shaky today, but with the draft like this, I feel like they can bounce back. Also, let's talk about the itemization, Owen. Jug? Hand of Midas, yes or no?
I'm sure Nico Baby was watching that game earlier, unless they were playing a series at the same time, which they might have been doing so. And he's probably thinking to himself, "Oh, I wouldn't mind that. Wouldn't mind a bit of extra gold, bit of extra fun. We'll see if he goes that way." Hasn't normally been the build-up for Nico Baby on his Jug.
Have a
may
bug.
Be tempted after seeing that performance earlier from Yawar's Juggernaut.
Yeah, wondering what kind of bug it is.
We got a bug?
Oh, maybe he saw Weaver and he's like, yeah, that's the bug. Should Weaver say Juggernaut or
bug?
Jug bug? Samurai?
What's happening here? So they can fix the bug? What could the bug be?
There are many, we're still in beta. With every single patch, a couple of bugs occur.
Lovely game.
I love the game. I've been playing it for 15 plus years, I love the game.
Oh, well, he's out. He's had enough here, Nico Baby. See him hopefully be able to fix whatever's gone wrong for him. And we'll see sort of how they want to set these lanes up. Are you excited to see this, some more support Gyro? FNG bringing it out this game?
I don't feel Gyro right now as a carry. Maybe
for sure, not as a core.
Maybe if Alchemist gives him an axe, then he feels like a real hero. If you have some kind of buffs for Gyrocopter, feels good as a position 4/5. It's a good hero. I think that's the role that he should be played at right now. You need to, he's super scary. Level 1, level 2, Rocket Barrage once you get that level 3. A lot of damage. You want to have hero isolated to deal more damage with Rocket Barrage. But the thing is, if you don't, succeed doing so much in the laning stage, the hero kind of falls off.
We'll see what sort of lane setup they're going to be playing into. Looks like Nico Baby and FNG will be starting bottom against this old 11 PYW Pango Marana lane. This will be spotted out by that ward. The Vici Gaming were able to get up on the high ground. Know the lane matchups themselves. S4 once again on his Beastmaster. The ones that he was incredibly solid on throughout the Regions League. Try and bring out that top performance here. Teams such as Vici Gaming.
A lot of slow in the top lane, tag team, plus slow from the boar. Should be really good. I don't think they can just go on Weaver, but they could potentially go on Elder Titan, who is not as speedy, just that extra slow. Also, I see Tusk trying to get the Orb of Corrosion, which I really like. Like this item is, I'm not gonna say must-have, but it always feels good to have. Gives you tankiness, gives you that slow, extra slow, gives you that extra minus armor. You can pretty much, nice kill by Handskin. Boots of Speed, gets the Courier, drags the creep wave back.
You want nothing he can do about that? Creep camp yet to spawn, actually ends up getting blocked. Two of them walking by. Bottom lane. Sentry already down, trying to stop any chance of VG Gaming taking away lane control as Nico Baby and FNG hold it in a position that does allow Nico Baby to farm pretty well against the two of them. See how much the Pango's able to get in his face early on and mess with him with the disarms.
This should be favorite matchup for Pangolier because he needs to be a bit careful using the swashbuckle, especially at the early levels, because it's a 20-second cooldown. You get out of the comfort zone, you jump in. There could be a rocket into spin, but once you hit level 2, you start putting pressure on the Juggernaut. Considering how lucky you are with the lucky shot, that there's a ton of kill potential. PYW uses the leap charge, kills the healing ward.
And FNG, how much mana Blenish has he got down there? He's got another man going to Clarity. So we're really burning through those early consumables, just trying to do his best to harass the two of them.
I don't think they threaten a kill on Pango unless Pango really overextends and makes a mistake. Two very mobile heroes, so they don't care too much about the Rocket Barrage. They can get out of the Rocket Barrage easily. They can get out of the Blade Fury, and they can start putting some pressure on the Juggernaut, especially if FNG will pull the creep wave. PYW has that arrow, but unfortunately Sentry Ward is blocking the big camp. If he wants to get the most out of it, should place a Sentry and try to de-ward it. There we go.
He's going to be able to find that. Take that one out before I say that. Actually doesn't. Yeah, old 11's got it.
Yeah, FNG will probably just body block it. Does not want to give Marana extra gold, extra experience coming up from that, and that's exactly what he's doing.
Likewise up top, Hanscap making sure the DY is not able to set anything up around the campus. Is easily able to step outside of the stomp, and of course with the two of them, the boar helping out. Hanscap able to give a good punch into DY, sending him out of the lane and getting a bit of space for S4. The creep wave will start to push in against Alliance, so S4 be able to get a good bit of farm. There's the one furthest behind at the moment out of the lane setups, but to be expected with the matchups that are at hand.
Once again, going for the courier on the top lane, will be able to get it. Good micro from Beastmaster. Sets a Hawk near the tier 2 tower to see the rotation coming up from the couriers. Sends a boar inside the jungle to see if they're stacking already.
Four-minute runes, of course, both team supports. Heading over to try and do something about it. FNG fending off PYW. Missiles coming over. Not worry, it's going to be able to dodge that. That Limp will still be the one to grab the rune, and it is that double damage. Always one of the favourites for a Void Spirit. 4 minutes in. Huge amount of kill potential.
Yeah, Limp actually destroying the mid lane has 10 more CS. I'm, me personally, slightly favoring Void Spirit in this matchup. Void Spirit just feels like the strongest spirit, pretty much. Arrow misses. Like, his attack animation and the base attack time is just too good.
No chance of PYW able to make that rotation onto mid. It's tricky to grab the Void Spirit with the arrows. And with that ward up on the high ground that VG Gaming do have alongside the mid lane, quite enough to find the perfect angle. Bottom lane, old 11 make the pull around. FNG's trying to stick around aggressive for the bouncy rune. And it's not going to be able to get it. Again, Ori, very nicely done with these sleight of fist dodges. And he may just be able to get a kill out of this as well. The arrow
he does
out.
not need a setup. Like BYW, it should be a good Marana game as well, because they have like Stomp into Arrow, they have Rolling Thunder, possibly a setup, and most importantly, Searing Chains from the Ember Spirit. A bit disappointed. You know, I see Battle Fury queued up by Nico Baby. No Hand of Midas this time around.
Aye, but the Battle Fury helps you farm the Midas quicker if you want to go that route.
I think it should be the other way around. Oh, and we're just kidding. There's no Hand of Midas into Battle Fury unless it's a pop.
There we go. PYW. This is always going to happen. Limp hits the 6, and with the DD rune, pretty much a guaranteed kill on any of the squishies.
They can put some damage on this tower. VG Gaming using a glyph.
Is under attack.
Pangolier will be level 6. Nico Baby still level 5.5. Like Pangolier, as I mentioned, should have a decent time in the lane. Should be a bit problematic once there's a roar, because Beastmaster will want to roar Pangolier in the fights to keep him in place, and you always need to be careful about the Omni Slash. But yeah, hold 11. Like, he really knows how to play Pango. It's the same item build always for him, you know, getting that Maelstrom to be able to scale because you one-shot the creep wave with it, and then getting a Blink Dagger into Yule's Scepter, get a Shard, and if the game goes on, get the Abyssal Blade. So I expect him to pretty much go the same build, because with this type of a build, you can use the Rolling Thunder, blink in on someone, turn around with the Shard, do 180, stun again, Yule's Scepter in the air, stun again. So it's like a triple stun with the Rolling Thunder.
See top lane S4, he's one creep away from the level 6. Okay, it's a couple of creeps off with the XP being split between the three of them. They might not need the roll though, they don't. They're able to just run down and catch out Poyoyo without the need for the roll. They have enough stun and control.
Be the tower.
Yeah.
Like, they're putting so much pressure. Beastmaster level 2 aura, they cannot defend this one. And their bottom tower is full HP. This is why Beastmaster is like one of the strongest laners, because he takes over the jungle, even if there are any stacks. How many stacks do they have? 1, 2 camps, 3 camps stacked, so they can also possibly invade that and get some kills. It's easy with the Beastmaster, you know, just to set up the vision. With the Hawk, you control that top part of the map.
VG Gaming catching Limp. It'll be a little tricky this game. So the most solid of the setups is going to be Ori finding the chains, but as it is, does get the chains into the arrow. Stomp as well, but not enough damage.
Arrow. Ori already forced to get out, will TP back the base, use the Remnant, full HP, full mana, full bottle.
Is under attack.
Pangolier is super farmed. Like, he's gonna have that Maelstrom in the next minute. If they decide to make a move on a mid lane, he should be ready with the TP. A bit low on mana, needs to bring out some kind of a regen so that he can TP and do something. Also using the Swashbuckle on the creep wave. So now he has no mana if he TPs. Like, Weaver should not have that easy of a game. Playing into Necrobook, playing into Beastmaster, long duration stuns. They also have, I'm wondering if Void Spirit will go for that Yule Scepter so he can set it up. Yeah, he just queues it up instantly. Because it's a great setup. They have no save whatsoever. So one good catch, one roar, Weaver should die.
Nico Baby very happy with the space that he's been given. It's unlikely that VG Gaming is going to come hunting for him in his triangle. VG Gaming with the smoke. We're seeing if they can catch Alliance as Alliance back off from VG Gaming's half of the map. FNG and S4. See if Ori gets the catch here. Over to FNG goes. The arrow already comes out at the chains. On with a stomp and a remnant. It'll be more than enough to take down FNG. There's the space for S4 to cleanly TP out from top. Quite a big movement from VG Gaming, only resulting in the support gyro kill.
They're fine with that. Juggernaut farming the jungle. Beastmaster has the roar up, a bit low on mana. But if they bring one extra hero, it should be the kill. Rolling Thunder.
A little late without that. As Old Eleven's not able to actually get the timing onto Limp. Limp's able to just step up, grab the bounty with top lane. Weaver. Poyoyo, he's not going to get the chance to get the time lapse off. He goes down. FNG with the cooldown is actually able to help pick up a second for S4. As they get the two of them.
Yeah, that's what I said 2 minutes ago. Like, they go on Weaver, does not have any kind of saving ability. The hero is very squishy, does not have much HP, and now they're starting to put some pressure on a mid lane. Also, one problem that VG Gaming is going to face is no ability that goes through Magic Immunity, so Juggernaut will always be, able to TP out if he feels that he's in trouble. So far, looking good for Alliance. They took a mid tower, they took the top tower, so they can invade the top part of the jungle. They also have tower on the bottom, which is half HP. Could potentially defend that. Hanskin not level 6 yet. I'm wondering where the tome is. Gyrocopter actually took it, and now he's level 7. Okay.
FNG's just he's saying, I'm the boss, I want the levels. It worked
Good
out.
arrow on the mid. Great setup.
What did you learn?
Not an easy kill to get by any means there, that one. It's always going to be tricky to catch, Lim. Trying to push in a bit onto the tower. Of course, VG Gaming's lineup, not the greatest of sieging early objectives. Nico Baby, he knows that. Stands his ground. Let's have the creep wave and puts the push to a stop.
Morana ulti. Let's see if they can find anything. Top lane, S4. Yeah, he looks pretty dead. If he shows... they just saw him. They saw the glimpse of him.
Not much escape potential for him at all. As, with a couple of the big Earth Splitter thrown out, Old Levin does hold on to Rolling Thunder, knows that it's not necessary. It's all taken out, and in the river, Mori tries to make a move onto Limp, but FNG's going to come charging towards him. Still has a remnant at the ready, so Ori, no danger here to himself. It's all time and space for Jog. Nico Baby to keep picking up that farm. As we said,
Arrow.
Weaver as the setup.
It's a lot of damage. Is there a follow-up? Catches Morana, unfortunately, but this astral step.
Never mind, one of them. On 11, Anti-White trying to get back in on this, but Hansken blocks him off with the shards.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
losing
attack.
FNG, but it's a trade that Alliance is happy to take. Limp finding the big kill.
Even with 2 deaths, Weaver still staying on the top of the net worth, working towards that Mithril Hammer. We've seen different builds today on Weaver. This is a Power Treads, Falcon Blade. They have some extra damage, extra mana regen, which is completely fine. Then going into Maelstrom, we saw... Who was it? Nico Baby, actually, who played Weaver 2 times in a row. Both times had like 7-8 minute rushed.
Dire's top tower is under
Maelstrom. Juggernaut getting very close to his Battle Fury. Going to be a 14-minute Battle Fury. Not too bad. If they hold the high ground, FNG once again will tank the game. Snowball save.
And we'll buy him a bit of time. On 11's got the Rolling Thunder going. They're down onto the river with the snowball, but they can't run from their Sandscan. He does manage to turn and get the punch off. Jump over to the side from Mori with the Remnant. They've only lost FNG. And in return, VG Gaming, they'll lose PYW as Limp's able to swing onto the high ground, take him down. Poyoyo finds S4. He's going to try and hunt down Hanskin as well. Hanskin doing his best to juke him in the trees, but Poyoyo will find and finish the kill. Second one for Weaver now with a further change. Control onto Limp. He's got no step, no to simulate for a few seconds.
Poyoyo came in to help, but not on
too
time.
late, yeah.
A bit too late. I think that roar should have been used on the Pango. If they want to follow it up with the possible Juggernaut ulti. Instead, it went on Morana, who leaped on the high ground. They did not manage to kill her, I believe. I don't think she died. She did.
She did. That's
okay. Limp actually
was able to
finished
get
off the kill,
yeah.
but yep, I think Beastmaster needs to save that roar. Most likely for either Ember Spirit, if they can burst him, or for Pangolier when he's using the Rolling Thunder or pre-Rolling Thunder and just get him from 100 to 0. There's still a lot of damage, coming up from the Beastmaster. The Necro units, a lot of attack speed from Inner Beast.
Is under attack.
Battle Fury done on Nico Baby. That will increase his farming potential.
Dire are scanning.
Take us.
Good scan from the Dire. They know something is up. Holding the high ground.
S4. He's ready to try and start things, but Old Eleven's even more ready. Comes in with the Rolling Thunder. S4 not going to get a chance to get the roar off at all. As he heads up into the high ground, Vici Gaming's there waiting. And now Poyoyo's ready to try and chase down for more. Nico Baby, he's got no TP for a couple of seconds here. And the cooldown, see if they can save Nico Baby. As Nico Baby looks to turn, goes in with the Omni Slash onto Old 11. As they take down the Pango, Missile heading over the way of Poyoyo. They've got the first.
So much damage.
Poyoyo, he's not able to make it away. Enough damage to take him out despite his attempts to run with the Shikuchi.
That's problematic, you know, the setup from Eder Remnant. He's getting very close to the Yule Scepter, so it's going to be much easier to control Weaver. Gyrocopter just using the homing missile, the rocket on Weaver, one of the reasons why Weaver is going for the Lincoln Sphere, and of course, against the Beastmaster, doesn't have too many abilities that can proc it, so good stuff. Handscan, however, farming on a mid lane a bit, trying to farm the Blink Dagger. It's going to be much easier to save. Like, his job is going to be, when he farms that Blink Dagger, to either burst people who they stun, or just save people who are chained into arrow combination. Tusk is such a baller hero. I think Tusk has, like, very high win rate. So far in this tournament, I'll actually check it.
No, I think what you were saying some earlier today was sort of 70 plus.
66 right now.
66.
That's what Dota Pro says.
That's pretty high for the amount of games that he's been coming out in. Top lane, Gaming catching S4 once again, just sort of trying to push out on his own up top. He's giving space for the rest of his team. I mean, Nico Baby, of course, getting the freedom to farm wherever he wishes. Top limb. Is he going to catch Ori?
No, he tried to use the snowball to dodge that stomp. Not on time. Even if they do, I don't think Ori dies there. But yeah, S4 needs to be a bit more careful. He's super farmed, high level, so they are getting a lot of XP and the gold for him. Also, if they want to do something like that, could potentially just smoke behind them, because they need roar. Like, they need roar to be able to control the enemies. Like, whoever they roar is pretty much dead. They could also go Roche. Like, they have Necro, they have Inner Beast with the tag team. That's so much damage. They wanted to go for it, but then kind of like, yeah, maybe we need a Juggernaut, but if Juggernaut runs straight into Roche Pit, they will know something is up.
Yeah. Absolutely, and it's always going to be a bit of a tricky part to farm in, fight in when you have this ET Pango on the other side. Thunder, of course, at the ready. In mid, Ori continues to poke, but always has that ability to get out, playing it safe. Only been caught out the once this game. Of course, for him as well as Poyoyo, these Lincoln Spheres to be ever so important against pretty much the main way of Alliance's ability to set up this roar from S4. Nullify that and play around it. It's going to be very hard for Alliance to lock them down.
Now Poyoyo thinking about a different item build. Morana getting caught.
Alliance, they don't want to chase too much further into the jungle though. Vici Gaming, up with the defense. You're going to have the snowball coming across. Handscan, pretty dead here as Poyoyo's turned up for the additional bit of damage needed. They'll clean up the Tusk. They can resume pushing onto the tier 1 in the mid. It's incredibly low, so they'll be able to finish it off here.
Under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
10,000 net worth on Juggernaut. He's becoming super strong right now. We'll have that status resistance once he finishes it. Uses the spin. Let's see if there's a follow-up.
They've got the setup. The Remnant is there with the Remnant. Oh, the sleight of fist and his own Remnant. Or he's still able to jump out to the side. Now
here comes 11.
Comes in, he's onto Nico Baby. Nico Baby's not going to get the chance to Omni Slash. As Nico Baby's gone, Healing Ward's still out, providing some safety for S4, but it isn't enough with the arrow connecting. They'll punch down S4. DY coming in with the hard hits.
They need that Juggernaut ulti. They need... I think maybe... I want to see that again, you know. I think they could have potentially killed the Ember Spirit there if they used the Omni Slash. Maybe he was still spinning. But right now, Vici Gaming, they're inside the pit. A lot of minus armor coming out from the Swarm, coming out from that Pangolier Lucky Shot and Orb of Corrosion. Like, Pangolier is one of the best heroes in the game to take the Roche with, because he's your perma disarm. Like, Roshan's not dealing damage.
That's Roche. That's going to go the way of Vici Gaming. Limp not quite able to make the jump in time. Aegis onto Poyoyo. Now Vici there on the hunt. Yule set up onto Haskell straight away. The jump, the change. He's caught the two. The more in the swashbuckle from Old 11. It tears from FNG. FNG. Raw comes out from S4, but he's got to run. They can't commit onto Ori. They're already down 2 members. Nico Baby is trying to find a target to jump in. Heads on the PA.W with the Blade Fury. Now looking towards Old 11. Does have an Omni Slash at the ready, but the rolling pin is back out. Old 11 starting to control it. Poyoyo's been able to finish up S4. Nico Baby, he can't press on. He really can't. Old
He's
11
trying
with
his
each and
best.
every bounce, and now he's going to try to hide in the pit. He's got the Blade Fury, but he's got no TP. He'll be able to jump out with the Omni Slash. Will pick up the kill on DY, so at least able to take something out of this. But now Poyoyo and Old 11 will chase him down. Can Hanskate keep him safe? Jump over the stone. Poyoyo has to jump out, but the sliding fist from Ori catches, finishes off the deal, takes down Nico Baby. Ori also going to find FNG.
There's so much damage coming up from these two heroes. Both heroes have Maelstrom, so a lot of procs in the team fight. They can deal well with the summons coming up from the Beastmaster. Whew. And Nico Baby, he was trying so hard to get that Omni off on the Pangolier, but it was not there.
We'll see on the replay once again where that it all kicks off. Excellent start from Ori, and of course the damage coming out from all three.
And then
cores,
Rory comes. Rory. Roar on Ori.
What about S-Roar?
I mean, it works. So, yeah, 10k gold lead suddenly for VG Gaming. Lincoln Sphere done on Ember Spirit. That's going to help out quite a lot. Hanskin only had 1 point in Snowball. I like Snowball just to lower the cooldown, like the stun duration scales. So I'd prefer if they like max out the Snowball instead of the shards.
Sure. What could you? But just the disable is what they're just missing a bit of now. It's just not long enough to sort of catch Weaver.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Sken's not going to do much more than just hide in the trees. Doesn't want to show his face here mid lane. Hey up. What's him doing there? All right, he wasn't ready for that.
Top tower is under attack.
Limp just losing his life on a little bit of a solo mission down the mid lane.
Well, I said it's looking good for Alliance.
But you did
10 minutes ago. Now
it's taking a bit of a turn.
Yeah, you know, a bit of a caster curse. Juggernaut's level 18, but he's pretty much the damage. Like, he is the damage. They will need this Void Spirit to finish off the Aghanim Scepter to have a bit more control. Weaver beat the Aegis. 11 jumping in.
I mean, that was a good attempt there. That Blade Fury was coming to an end. Very close to the ending of that TP. 11 tried his chances. Nico Baby just enough coverage with the Blade Fury to get out in time.
This is one of the problems with the Gyrocopter 5. It's like you're not playing aggressively, you didn't get too much out of the lane, and now pretty much it feels like you're playing 4 versus 5. Like, you don't really feel the influence coming from the Gyrocopter. S4, like, his item progression is not there. He had a good laning stage, they took the tier 1 tower on top, then a couple of deaths really set him back. Now sitting at the middle of the pack, Morano has the same amount of farm.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
A tough game. I mean, each time they're just making sure that S4 doesn't get the chance to find these roars. Top lane Poyoyo on the tower. Bottom. He's starting to have a bit of a tease here with Nico Baby, but there's a lot of backup. And as soon as the rest of Alliance shows their face, Ori immediately out to there. He's going to be even more agile, jumping across the map with the Aghanims.
It's very hard to kill him right now because he has a Lincoln Sphere, good itemization from VG Gaming. They will have a second Lincoln Sphere done on a Weaver in a second, so they cannot roar that target, they cannot set up things with the Yule Scepter into Remnant.
There we go, there's the setup, and there's the counterplay. Limp comes in to disrupt the combo, using up Old 11. S4 gets the roar off, he's been able to get it onto the Pango, will set up for the kill on Old 11, but the stop into the spinner comes through. Poyoyo gets a double. Another fight where, despite this time the ability from Alliance to lock down the Pango, just overall they're just too far behind. You know, he's taking out the Pango, it's not enough anymore in these team fights. VG Gaming still going to come out on top.
you have so many problems right now because like Ember Spirit and Weaver are pretty much unkillable. Pangolier is also the one who's causing a lot of issues. But yeah, I don't think they have the answer for Weaver and Ember Spirit right now. Not how many wards do they have on the map? Like 1, 2 observer wards from Vici Gaming. So they see a bit of a triangle. They see anyone who's trying to split push. That's a good ward.
Nico, baby, is going to get the Blade Fury and the healing ward out. He's trying to TP. He's not going to make it. Not lasting long enough, the Blade Fury. They're able to put the TP to an end with the Yules.
That seemed like a really long TP. Maybe he was not trying to TP to the base.
Yeah, I think it must have been though, right?
Because it seemed super long. Well, if production is, you know, willing to show to us again, we can do the count. You're doing the math. Whenever we're casting together.
There we go. They're giving it Yellow Cost.
Okay. So let's see where it is. Do you see on the minimap?
Oh, I didn't actually. This was just after it.
Okay.
Oh, well.
Thanks anyway.
S4 needs that BKB. He's got to have some sort of way of guaranteeing getting this ult off, with ideally without dying, so he can still provide that aura for his teammates to beat into the bottom lane. But the catch, that's not going to be enough follow-up though, as he's able to survive. Old 11 can now look to turn.
Link ready.
Thunders out, he's over to FNG. FNG's gone, the blink forward over the limb. Takes him out. It's just Vici Gaming making it look very easy right now.
Juggernaut is their main source of the damage, so if they want to take a fight, they definitely need a Juggernaut. The second hero is pretty much the Beastmaster, the Necrobook, and they also need the Lockdown coming out from the Primal Roar. So if someone gets caught, they should just bail, because...
Here we go in the cost.
There we go. What's showing on the minimap?
No, it was TP in the base.
It was TP in the base?
Yeah, it just happened to be being done too close to the end of the Blade Fury.
We have the technology, like we tried. Second try. Third try for us, and we managed to figure it out. We're smart, pretty smart.
We don't miss anything.
No.
We got it all.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Next Roche may respawn in 20 seconds.
Dire's top tower
It's being scouted out by the Hawk, but I'm not sure if they can take the fight inside a pit. Vici Gaming has two of the best heroes to protect the Roche with. You have ET with the Stomp. You have Pangolier who can bounce off many walls near the Roche pit.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
That's just really solid stuff from Vici Gaming when it comes to not letting any of them getting caught off on their own. Seeing each time that the Alliance have attempted to make a play, it's never one hero alone. So they will nearly have that Aghanims, but definitely much slower than you would have hoped for in this game with the way things have gone over the last 15 minutes. DD Rune as well, ready for Vici Gaming at that next fight.
They don't have any BKB piercing abilities, but I like what Ori is doing, going into Basher on Ember Spirit to have something, you know. If Juggernaut split pushing, eventually you will get that bash off.
Absolutely.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Right, they've already got, so with the Maelstrom and the Axe and the lead that Ori has, he already does enough in terms of damage and being able to get in and get out. Do indeed just need to answer that choke problem, the way that Nico Baby's been trying to get the side lanes out. So the Alliance smoking out. Same to be said here for Vici Gaming around the mid lane.
They also have the gem, so they can get rid of the Hawk. Nice move from Alliance, I love that. They have a ton of damage with the tag team. Beastmaster Aura. Let's see if they know. This could be a disaster. ET Couriers,
they're already
spooked.
Out. They feel that they can't commit any further for it. Alliance, they've headed out of the pit. Vici Gaming under cover of the Moonlight Shadow.
Time. I think they could have, if you're making this kind of a move, try to force it.
I think you're right, yeah. It did get down to half HP very quickly. Just a little too scared of what Vici Gaming can bring around the pit. There's Ori going to jump against Silence, the punch up with the uppercut. Ori's in trouble. Does have another Remnant out to the side. He's wet. It's Poyoyo. He's going to start attacking S4. S4 with the BKB turns back. Up hold 11. He's in with the blink. The rolling thunder. He's straight on top doubles Nico Baby. It's Nico Baby again. He doesn't get out a single move. As the jug's gone, Gyro to fall, Hansken on the run, but PYW leaps into the tree line. They'll keep the vision upon him as Hansken...
he gets the blink out, but 11 finds him immediately. Should be the kill. 3 heroes dead, could easily transition that into Roche. Roche half HP, it's being pinged out by DY, who had the courier inside the pit, scouting things out. I think it was a huge mistake from Alliance to go outside of the pit. If you're like committing, trying to make something like this happen, you know, just go all in, exactly.
It does seem that if you don't, this sort of scenario is going to be inevitable. VG Gaming, they just take the fights as they have been doing so for the rest of the second half of the game. They pick up Roche themselves. Poyoyo with the Aegis good to go. With a 25k gold lead. VG
that was
Gaming.
a nice rhyme. I don't know if that was on purpose or not, but...
It's got a good bounce. Poyoyo. Sometimes I lose track of how Poyoyo's keep going. I love it.
Now getting the high ground. Weaver. Like what you can do in this kind of situation is you drop the Lincoln Sphere on the ground or just drop the Lincolns possibly in the backpack so that Lincolns does not get procced. You're not dead, like they're not gonna go on you. But
I mean that's a fancy play there, you know, if you do it.
You drop it on the ground like you get stunned and then they pick it up.
I mean, you don't want to run that risk. I mean, even if that did happen, I think VG Gaming would probably feel they're still in a pretty confident position.
Arrow.
He's going to dodge it. Himself, hold on, but he's in. He's going straight over with the Rolling Thunder. S4 will turn with the Raw. FMG getting taken down by Poyoyo. A slide of fist bash onto Nico Baby. Holds him in range of the sleep stun.
Another stun. The arrow snowball save.
It's going to buy some time for Nico Baby to get out of there with the disarm. He turns with the Omni Slash. There it comes out onto the VG Gaming and backing off. But the damage is split between them all. Flame Fury comes out. Look how low Nico Baby is. Poyoyo just turns, takes him down. Nico Baby out of action. As VG Gaming, they'll move in. They'll clean up more. Triple kill for Poyoyo. And he's not done yet. He's ready to dive in for Hansken. Or he will finish him off. 5 dead team-wise. This one's over.
They call it. They know that they have no more business in this game. Great showing from VG Gaming. Like Alliance, I still feel they could have done much better in this game with the draft they had, but VG Gaming just a bit too dominant. Like they went for the right item build, 2 Lincoln Spheres. They had no real answer for it.
Yeah, I mean, it just seemed that even though they did have things like the Beastmaster against the Pango, Old 11, he still just has a fantastic time.
It's Old 11 Pango. Like, his Pangolier throughout the first DPC season has been amazing. He pretty much always delivers on the hero. Yeah, sometimes, you know, Old 11 is a bit hit or miss, but on Pangolier, it pretty much always is a hit.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, especially in these sort of games where he's playing against these cores that have some sort of defensive maneuvers. The Jug, you know, Nico Baby with a potential Blade Fury, Limp with all his maneuverability. But even so, even against these heroes, he was catching them out and just locking down Nico Baby before he could get a single spin-off.
Yeah, he has the toolkit. That's why he pretty much always goes for the same item build, the triple stun, easy to set up. Pangolier, one of the reasons why he was the hero with the highest win rate in the Chinese Division 1.
Certainly seeing that here. It's a very impressive showing from VG Gaming in this Game 1 comes out for them. We'll see if Alliance can pick up themselves as they get themselves ready for Game 2.
Yeah, they definitely need to. Thank you.
out for them, and now they're playing against it, and VG Gaming is like, okay, let me show you kids how it's done. Exactly, yeah. And it's not like they did anything a lot different. Falcon Blade on Weaver, something that we see almost every single time on Weaver in the CN, and then into that Maelstrom, into SNY or Lincolns, whatever really is good for this game. Lincolns was good versus Beast.
What they did different to me is what they built around the Weaver. They had this team fight, this control. Pango brought to the table these tons of highlight plays, but even the supporting cast, ET, Miranda, just so much lockdown, so much team fight, really solid just early to mid game, and it was a case where Alliance, yeah, it started off okay for them, but
this is the moment. This is the moment. I'm about to Omni Slash. Nope. I'm about to Omni Slash.
He's just
Nope.
playing with his food
I'm
at
about
this
to Omni
point.
Slash. No, no.
also.
Oh, I'm out of here. Oh, wait, I'm coming back.
The worst thing is he does manage to get the Omni Slash off, and this is a pretty neat play. He kills off DUI with the Omni, and then he almost gets away, but I believe it's the Ember that claims the kill in the end. Now, just a really, really cool play overall from Nico Baby and from Vici Gaming. And Nico Baby had some really sick moves this game as Jug, but then again had some like top lane TP. I believe he had the TP there 100%. Something happened and he just dies before TPing properly.
So was this just a case of... Because Alliance did okay for the first 15 minutes, but were they in a kind of situation where they picked the Gyro because it was supposed to be stronger on the lanes? Like, were they supposed to come out ahead at that point? Like, what was the downfall? Because obviously Vici Gaming played really well, but I kind of felt like Alliance, they were able to defend their towers quite long. They did really well with that. They were able to take some of Vici Gamer's towers fairly early on, and then something just stopped working.
Beastmaster stopped working a little bit as well. Yeah. S4, he got his early game items, right, and then just didn't progress.
He's having good laning stages, but I feel like S4 is struggling to find ways to impact the game. I think most of the offlaners we're seeing succeed at playing these big, heavy team fighters, Old 11, on the Pengu as an example, but even a lot of the, like you look elsewhere, I think it's a similar story for the most part, and, you know, several times this Beastmaster for S4 has just not worked out.
Time to go back to the tide, perhaps. But Vici Gaming, therefore, very happy with this win, of course, especially after their previous series loss. And they kind of make it so that probably Pango is going to see the Banhammer a couple more times this tournament, because Old 11, he just crushes with that.
There's just a lot of heroes now that you have to really think about when you're banning versus Vici Gaming. The IO is still there, Mars, Phoenix, Pango as well, and they're not even picking their Shadow Shaman, which was so good throughout the DPC League. So we might even see that if everything else is out.
Yeah. How is Alliance going to get out of this rut? That's my main question, because it's not just this game that they're underperforming. It's been the whole day. They've had two series break. It's one of the few teams that actually had that. How are they going to get out? What are they going to do? Is it draft issue? This didn't really feel like a draft issue as much as the previous series gods.
Yeah, I agree. I think the first 4 games I looked at their opening 2 picks, I'm like, yeah, they're drafting inappropriately. This game, it felt okay. I think maybe they need to go for more teamfighty offlaners, and I think the Gyro pick was a little out there, but end of the day, this game, they just got outplayed in the mid-game.
Yeah, outplayed, for sure.
They didn't seem to be on the same page. They weren't making movements as a team.
Maybe jet lag still hurting them, something like that. Not sure really, but it's not looking that great.
Yeah,
I had bigger expectations from them.
I think a lot of people did. A lot of people did for sure. They're going to have, of course, a short break before Game 2, and I really hope that they can end that one. Even if they don't win, they play better. That the game is more close, and I think we want a more close game as well, because that is also a lot of fun to watch. Let's see if we're going to get it, though, after the break. played well for themselves. They are not unscathed. They still have 3 losses to their name, but they're doing well. And this first game of the series, they looked definitely a step above Alliance, and that is troublesome for Alliance Gods.
It is. They got to start putting together some wins. They do realistically have a chance of being eliminated. Yeah, only one team, but I mean, obviously they're the only team without a win yet.
Yeah.
No free win. Often you go to these group stages and there's like 1 or 2 opponents you should get like a 2-0 against. I don't think that team exists here. So.
No, I am so pleasantly surprised by Thunder Predator because I thought they were going to be that team, but they are smashing it.
Yeah, they're proving us completely
I don't think they've played on the mainstream yet, but for those of you who haven't
Tomorrow
tuned
they
in,
will. Tomorrow they will. Don't worry.
Shout out to Thunder Predator, the only South American team here. They traveled the longest way to get here. They're not letting any excuses stand in their way. They're 7-0. They played some of the strongest teams.
Yeah,
shout out to them, and as well, please don't repeat what Liquid did in the wildcards from day 1 to day 2.
We want consistency.
Keep the hype going. So keep on winning. It's going to be very exciting to see what SA Dota has to offer.
I'm very excited for them doing well because I also think that would mean they're in the upper bracket, and they would then want to replace Beast Coast, and then we have one of each region in the upper bracket, which is great. And also, we don't really have yet another team to beat like at a solid in the top. The rest is all like in the middle pack. There's one clear top, and there are 2 at the bottom.
Feels tiebreakers, man. Feels very much like tiebreakers.
Yeah, it does. It really does. But not for Thunder Predator if they keep performing like they are, because then they're just golden and they're going to cruise through. Games are also very exciting to watch, so if you want to watch some exciting games, you should definitely check them out. But let's focus on our second game here between Alliance and VG Gaming, because Alliance also want to play exciting matches and they haven't been able to deliver yet. Better yet, most of the games that they played have been fairly one-sided. Lizard.
It literally comes down to the way they're playing and to these small micro moves throughout the game. God said earlier the drafts were the problem in the couple of first games. Yeah, I can agree with that. They had their own idea, the IO position 4 and whatnot. But the last draft, you have to agree, it was good. It was decent. They they had everything that they needed. Like this Beastmaster plus Jugger combination is very difficult to deal with in the mid game. They just couldn't execute properly. Witchy Gaming, they ban out the IO and the Alchemist. Meanwhile, Alliance with the Beast and the Dead Prophet.
It's surprising they banned Beastmaster.
Yeah.
That's here.
Is this Mars? You're still no, Nix. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So you're giving Mars away. This is I mean, for Witchy Gaming, maybe it's Pango again. It's just so comfortable for them to play that hero. So.
Yeah.
But the Mars Phoenix combo has been so potent. Also, there's Puck if they want to go Puck Phoenix.
Oh yeah. Puck would be pretty solid. Like this Nyx Assassin really isn't a counter to Puck in any way, shape or form. Most of the time you truly don't care that much.
I also want to mention that we might seem a little extra harsh on Alliance, but that is because we had higher expectations
because
from them.
We love them
we
and want them to go well.
Yeah, and we give definitely the respect for VG Gaming for winning, of course, the first game. And they're doing well, and we expect them to do well. So we're a little, that's a little bit less surprising to us. But credit where credit is due. They are playing solid, and they have got a very comfortable opening draft, as we mentioned with the Phoenix and the Pango.
We've seen this from Alliance as well, and didn't truly work out the other time. So we've seen it in the majors so far, right? Was it once?
Yeah. They played up against Aster with the Darkseer. They did not have the Nyx Assassin there. This is their first Nyx Assassin. This major.
It was a Tusk, right, versus the Luna.
Yes, but it also was an IO Weaver game.
Yeah.
It does feel like Phoenix doesn't like playing into this because you're pretty weak at early levels as Phoenix. You're going to get kind of ran over a little bit.
You can use that dive to escape them at least, which is something, right? But it's not that great. But Witcher Gaming can also put this Phoenix on 4, maybe get a different 5, but I wouldn't mind seeing Phoenix actually DIY on that safe lane. You don't really counter Darkseer or Nyx Assassin, you don't pressure them, but you shouldn't be dying, let's put it that way as well. Grimstroke banned out by Witcher Gaming, again covering that Pangolier a little bit together with the Jug. Meanwhile, Alliance covering the Darkseer, obviously. When you pick the hero, you need to ban out the Oracle.
Also, importantly, I remember Lacoste saying last time they had the Darkseer, the only combo they had for Vacuum was a Weaver Swarm, which is, of course, not a combo. They already have something to teamfight around
Very
with the
true.
Nyx.
That Impale is pretty nice to work with, but I would like to see more. I would like to see perhaps some FNG old school Jakiro.
Ah, yes.
That's possible, right? With the ice bat and everything, it's a pretty solid combo. But they also have to think about tag hitters, because maybe they'll even get that Weaver as a hero to answer the Phoenix, or maybe Hanskin Mirana is an option.
And, well, let's say if they're running Nyx as a 4, you're not going to get any egg hitters out of your 5 position anyway. So if FNG wants the Jakiro, I don't think you... He could play into the Bloodseeker, especially with the Yules build that he goes. Like, you can just roll in, Yules yourself on top of any core and not care as much about the ruptures. He could play into the Blood.
Alliances turn to ban.
And the Jug themselves, because we saw that hero do very well against Darkseid earlier today. And
because of Alliance playing it really well, perhaps. Yeah. They had some mistakes here and there, but Nico Baby did feel very, very comfortable with the hero.
How well does a Terrorblade do under tower against a Darkseer? Because it is definitely a scary hero to make copies of, but if Vici Gaming is very confident, then they might just go for it anyway.
You have high armor, the hits don't really matter, but the magic damage does.
Yeah.
So it really depends on how you play the lane and how your position 5 controls the lane equilibrium with you as well.
It feels like to pick TB you need to see more of what your opponent has. You want to see like what other cores they're picking, because if they're going heavy magic damage, you don't want to play TB. If they're suddenly picking physical damage, mids or carries, like TP can suddenly look really good.
Yeah, Monkey King is still in the pool, by the way, untouched.
Okay.
Very interesting.
Turn to pick.
So is
there
Puck.
you go, the ban.
Yeah, Puck untouched, and both teams needing a mid laner. I mean, I think there's a good chance one team's picking Puck, and then there's like a Void Spirit in response.
If Alliance doesn't reach a game, it will.
Yeah.
Okay, Disruptor. You can still think about the Puck or the Void Spirit. One of these two, like you said, for sure will be picked.
Vici Gaming is one of the few teams that actually played Disruptor this major so far. They did not win, however. It was against Liquid earlier today.
I believe they played it even on 4 in the DPC League.
Okay, yeah.
4 and the rush the Aghanims, null Talisman into Aghs Rush. But a lot of combinations here from Alliance. It is something different. You have this vacuum into the Impale, into the Static Storm.
Yeah, more Rumble combo potential.
Yep.
And I think that's, to me at least, a good sign for Alliance is that they're not just going to keep trying to do what's not working. They are switching it up. We saw it last game. We're seeing again this game, going for this more teamfight-centric draft, which me at least one of the key themes of what's succeeded in this meta.
Look at that Rubik, right? Very, very peculiar. Not something that I see very often from Chinese teams in general. Like sometimes FY would play it, but from Vici Gaming I didn't see it way too often.
Oh, this is the first one for this major for them.
What do you have to steal? You have decent spells from all 3 heroes. Nothing
decent, but not amazing at the same time. Yeah, it's not like you look at this like in the past, like with Shakers or Enigmas, where it's like, yeah, this is a great Rubik game. It's decent.
Maybe they're expecting some Weaver with Sokuchi to steal that away from, or something similar, but...
Or more bubbles with an Enigma, but I have no idea anymore who plays what and where. But they end up going for the Slark. We mentioned that.
I was about to say, you generally want to have these melee cores with Darkseer, I feel like. Someone to put the Iron Shell on. There was a period of time where Darkseer with Spectre was really popular. And Slark, yeah. Okay.
Looks like a pretty solid lane. You can get rid of the Fate Bolt as well. You have Disruptor and Slark versus Pango and most likely Rubik. So you should be able to deal with those two. Okay, they picked the Bloodseeker themselves.
As a 1 position, we're just saying it's not,
Yeah, but this is very... let's not say obvious, I wasn't even thinking about Bloodseeker, but it is an old school counter to the Slark.
Yeah.
Right, like this hero just dumpster Slark overall. And you have this good lane versus the Darkseer as well.
And there is a chance they send, I guess, Pango mid, do you think? Or is that just no chance because it's old 11?
I feel like it's old 11. Okay. It's possible, but...
turn to ban.
I would think it's old 11. And Puck...
As we were saying, Puck or Void Spirit will definitely be picked, guys.
Yeah, Void Spirit banned out.
Okay,
yeah.
well, 20% right, maybe.
I mean, surely at this point, Vici Gaming setting up for a puck themselves. They have first pick out of this ban phase.
10 seconds remaining.
Feels pretty good.
Yeah. Ori's been playing it a ton.
5 seconds remaining.
Vici Gaming puck would be really great for them. From Alliance, I wouldn't mind seeing Ember again. With this Iron Shell, with Darkseer, there's just so much damage on that Ember, jumping on Phoenix, on Rubik, even on these two cores. It feels like he would be able to really have a great game.
Thing Alliance don't have, what you mentioned earlier, is that hero to kill the Phoenix Egg. Slark, not great, and yeah, all melee cores so far, so...
Slark gets a lot of attack speed, but Pango will control him, right?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and if you are a Slark, you kind of don't want to hit that egg. You want to hit the heroes.
Yeah. It feels like they're going to have to disengage and play this kind of kiting style of team fight where they're going in and out, going on the back lines, egg gets used, roll gets used, just back off and then wait for them to wear off.
Is there still a mid laner that could actually solve the problem of the egg? I mean, Lina comes to mind. I think we saw it only once mid. It
is a completely limp hero,
Yes.
so maybe that's something that's doable for them. And Puck is banned out, so Footsprit and Puck both banned out by Vici Gaming. We will definitely see something different on the mid lane, because everything that we have seen so far, more or less, has been banned.
Yep, I will tell you from Ori, we still have Queen of Pain in the pool, I believe.
TA ban.
Storm is as well still in the pool. That has been banned out before, so...
It's a hero that just jumps Phoenix, like you don't let him get the egg off, you can get on top of him.
Admiral Conka!
Okay. We have seen it do miserably for Gambit. It really did not work out. But Vici Gaming, they think that this is what they needed. A good counter, slight counter, let's say, to the Disruptor because of the Glimpse and Axe, the way it worked. Also versus Darkseer, you can't really escape if you're in the X marks spot. So overall, they needed another hero that just buffs up their team fights and gets super countered by Razor in the laning stage.
So that means that you like the Razor pick. You like the fifth pick there.
Yeah, I don't mind. You have Razor versus Kunkka versus Bloodseeker. Feels alright. But overall, I still like Vici Gaming's draft, I believe. Better. Not sure. The Slark plus the Iron Shell is pretty solid, but you're playing into a Bloodseeker. And Bloodseeker isn't in a really bad position as a carry right now.
That's what I was going to ask. Do you think Bloodseeker can carry, like, because we've mostly seen in that 3 position
Yeah, we
draw.
saw Boxy carry with it.
That's
even,
true.
right? And
Yeah.
a lot of teams have been experimenting with it on position 1.
Last game, will Alliance make a breadstick out of the donut?
I'll use your words, Sheaves. They didn't prove to me yet that they can win, and because of that, I will be going with Vici Gaming, Bloodseeker counter Slark.
Wise. I'm also wise. I'll do the same.
Well, I'm a fool today. I haven't, it's end of the day, my brain's getting a little loopy. Alliance, they got it. Their first win, it's coming in our last game of the day, Sheaver.
I like the optimism, and I'm sure our commentators also are appreciating that optimism. Right, Lacoste?
Yes, I'm very optimistic about Vici Gaming's draft. I like Kunkka as a response to Slark. He can't, dark pack that. I think they have enough. Both of these teams don't have tower damage, so we might be in here for a longer period of time, maybe 50-plus minute game, possibly. Because you can't just end. It's got to be problematic hitting the tier 3 towers for sure.
What are you thinking, Owen?
Yeah, I'm excited to see if they can make the Slark work. Not necessarily the go-to carry of the meta. I mean, if anyone is going to make it happen, Alliance, Nico Baby, he loves the hero. So we'll see if he's able to play it out and make it work, even against some of the harder counters like the Bloodseeker.
Is there any lane in particular you're going to look out for this game to go well for
Razor?
For Alliance, very exciting hero to look at.
Not an exciting hero, but you have the upper hand, and you need to transition that into something bigger. Like, Owen, do you agree? Razor beats Kunkka?
Oh, I mean, absolutely. Yeah, you have that sort of matchup going in the mid. If they do keep it like that, I don't know if they're maybe going to flex some sort of, maybe moving the Pango and the Kunkka to a side lane, but I guess that doesn't feel great. They'll probably just suck it up and take it in the mid lane where you are going to have that
sometimes
matchup.
You just need to suck it up.
Exactly.
Right?
He's still going to be
able to,
he's going to be able to farm. He's going to be able to clear out the camps. You can still play the lane smart as a Kunkka, but it isn't easy, and we'll see how much Limp's able to punish that with his Razor.
Well, I am looking forward to seeing it, and I'm looking forward to hearing you guys talk about it. So let's head to the game. We'll see you after.
Yes, indeed. The game just about ready to get started. I mean, overall, as you said, especially after from what we've seen today from Alliance, you're just a little concerned for them coming into this game.
Yeah, like, I like their draft a bit more in the previous game.
Yeah.
It's just the execution is not there. You know, sometimes you need to take a lot of things into consideration. Like for me, let's say a jet lag. I'm not trying to defend anyone, but jet lag for me, it's gone after like 5-6 days and I'm traveling for, 12 plus hours. Maybe someone has it worse than me, because it kicks in hard and it's been a long day. So a lot more mistakes are going to be made.
See if they're able to tighten it up here, Alliance. They do need... They need to pretty much get most of the wins from here on out to have a solid chance of making it past this stage.
The battle begins.
Another loss isn't going to cut it.
Ori on the mid lane, starting with a bit of a different item build because he's laning against the Razor, has that Windlace to be able to outrun him, remove that static link, has the Boots of Speed queued up immediately, just wants to have that extra movement speed so he cannot be chased down. Hanskin on the bottom lane, already being annoying, trying to zone out a bit Boyoyo's Bloodseeker.
Let's see how much Limp can just crush this Kunkka in the mid. As he really needs to. They pick this hero up because it's going to have this sort of matchup that will allow Limp to just get these early items on very quickly. And given them the ability to just sort of move into these side lanes, really punish the other cores of Vici Gaming before they've really come online.
Darkseer on the bottom, like they have a good combo this time around. Like we've seen one game with the Darkseer fake him into nothing pretty much. This time around into Disruptor ulti, it's gonna be good. Into next Assassin stun, they have so much potential with the combination. It doesn't seem like that good of a Darkseer game in terms of like what they have. Rubik Cliff, they're always gonna be like X Mark, which is going to be great against not just that, not just Surge, but also like potential Glimpse counterplay to it, which is easy doable. UIW on the top lane, getting the pull off, not really. Sometimes I lie. FNG, because FNG, he's a good player. He messed what I was trying to say. Still, PYW gets at least one creep there on the side. Bottom lane.
I'll get DY. Oh, the Iron Shell damage enough as they face him down. Poyoyo tries to stand his ground with the Blood Bright, but not enough damage, of course, to fight through these heroes alone. DY gone. Lane Limp. Once again, running him down. We'll see. CS 9 for 4, 10 for 4 against the 6 for 0. So Ori's still able to find a few CS here and there, lining up the creeps.
Yeah, but the problem is you don't have the damage the last hit with. You're running out of regen because you have Boots of Speed, so needs to bring some kind of regen to the lane. The good thing is lane is pushing into the tower, so he's going to get some farm eventually. Double range creep. We'll clean that with the Tidebringer.
I didn't quite get the angle. Ended up missing the 2 range creeps, so Limp's going to be able to continue out to the denies. I said that Limp does miss one of the denies, so Ori.
Yeah, I'll just rename myself, to lie cost, because this is the second time that I lied 2.5 minutes in. Not very proud, but I'm getting those lies out at the start, so.
Well, the real truth's coming later.
Yeah, exactly.
Saving the good stuff.
Saving the good stuff for later. Pango with the swashbuckle. Like Nico Baby needs to be careful. Pango here once again, 11. Not the same item build this time around. He picks up the bottle because he is being pressured a bit more last time. Like, he was not supposed to die in that lane. This time around, they have a good kill potential with the Disruptor, Thunderstrike, and just the Dark Pack Slark plus a pounce. He still did not skill a point in the Essence Shift, even though he is playing against the melee enemy core.
Yeah, I guess just feels that he's not really going to have the opportunity or any sort of time he gets. Even just like a second hit off. Old Lemon's always going to break the distance. The swashbuckle. Bottom. Attempt here with the setup. Of course, the Spike Carapace. He'll do that each time Poyo tries to get aggressive, and then walking him down with the Iron Shells. They'll get the kill. And playing aggressive with the Blood Rise seems almost impossible when there's a Nyx Assassin ready to just turn it on against you, getting that burst damage back your way with the Spike Carapace.
It's an easy setup, definitely. Like, other than that, they don't have that much uncontrollable damage. Still feels like a really good Nyx Assassin game, also against the Phoenix and the Sunray. I've seen in the Chinese region when they're playing against the Nyx Assassin, whether it's position 4 or 5 Phoenix, they try to buy a BKB. Like, it's something that I've not seen in other regions, because Nyx Assassin is really not that popular after getting the nerfs and removing the break from his Vendetta, but something to think about.
Bottom lane, despite the pressure onto Poyo, Farm still looks to be strong. Just as much, if not just a little bit more than that of Nico Baby up on the top lane as a slot. Mid, continuing to go pretty much as expected here. Limp getting a severe lead against that of Ori, 30 for 14 against the 15-1. Top lane PYW, able to right click down FNG underneath the tower.
That's a solo kill. 11 has a full bottle, level 4. Like, Pango is just a strong laner overall. Like, he cripples a lot of the heroes. That could also be a bit problematic. Ori on the mid lane.
He's going to have the X-Mark back into the Tara. With DY and PYW turning up, usually able to hold back Limp. Hansken coming with the angle to find the lockdown onto PYW. They get something out of it, Alliance, but get the kill that Limp was hoping for onto Ori. Gucci Gaming able to keep their mid safe.
Because, like, both of the cores of Alliance rely heavily on the right clicks to deal the damage, which could be a big problem just playing into Pangolier. You know, the disarm just feels so good. Ori will get to level 6 pretty soon, so they could potentially try to play more aggressive on the mid lane. And with one rotation, it's a possibility that they get a kill. They're leaving Poyoyo alone on the bottom, will hit level 6. Hanson's pretty high level, you know, he is level 4, 6 minutes in on the Nyx Assassin, so that's pretty good. He's also leaving some XP for the Darkseer to collect. S4's having a really good game. 30 CS, has mana boots, got the first blood and the bottle on top of that.
Dire's top
they are bringing round Ori though to try and put a stop to sort of S4's hold on this bottom lane. They're going to have the X-Mark with the rupture. S4 already incredibly low. They'll take him down. Hanskin tries for DY. Has to opt for the TP out. Can't stick around any longer with Ori in the neighborhood.
Ori has a stack to work with if he decides to farm it or just stack it. Stack unsuccessful. If he continues to jungle, DY should be the one on the mid lane trying to get some XP on the Phoenix, because they can leave Bloodseeker on the bottom a bit alone. Top lane's going well, once again. 11 having a really good time after the laning stage, hits level 6. Big stack from Alliance getting cleared up. They will get pretty much all the neutral items in this.
Some lovely ones as well here. The feature given the Fairy Trinket. First is going to be very nice, even just on the supports. A little bit of extra spell damage. The difference. DY in the mid, pick up his level 6. Playing FNG to do his best to keep this lane held in a way that allowing Nico Baby to farm. See Nico Baby's falling behind a little bit on the CS. Pressure building up on the top lane. Push being made also around the central area as Ori. Quite able to get in range there for an X-Mark grab to Alliances. Take that double damage rune away from him.
11 TP, but let's see if they can find any openings. Doesn't seem like it. Darkseer's having a good time. You know, he's not being contested. He managed to kill him once, has a point. Invul of Replica going into mech. Value from the mech just for the whole team. You will also to have some kind of a dispel against the Bloodseeker's silence.
careful around this top lane. Volt 11 having the 6. Saw what he did last game with his Rolling Thunders. Every reason again to believe that he's going to be able to find the same chance to have a similar level of impact. Bottom lane S4, not really too much to worry about down here. Maybe a rupture. TP cancel between the two of these heroes, Rio and DY. Always play aggressive and to TP out if they do try and go for the rupture.
Interesting build from Limp. He's going Blade Mail, first item. An item that got nerfed, like the cost got increased for the recipe.
Alright.
I guess he just does not want to get ruptured, wants to be... It doesn't give you more tankiness, but...
I thought Blade Mail was kind of a dead item. We'll
I'm just thinking about it. You know, it's good against Rupture, good against Kunkka's combo. A bit of armor. Like the armor also got nerfed since Chainmail is giving 4 armor. I just don't find that item like really good right now. I feel like it's pretty mediocre. We'll see how it's gonna go, because like he can sit in the Sunray. With the Blood Right, possibly like Pango Swashbuckle, but eventually you still want to farm a BKB. Without having duels, you also don't have like the setup for your static link. You do not have enough like mana regen to keep spamming your spells, and you don't have anything to cancel the TP.
No, we'll see if it maybe sort of the return damage does kind of catch some of these heroes from VG Gaming off guard. We'll see sort of how much of an effect it does have in the team fights when Limp pops the active.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Slow start between the two teams. 11 minutes, 2 to 3.
Tower is under attack.
Top. He's going to TP in, and he's going to try and run himself away with the surge. FNG dropping the static stop, but Old 11, he's already rolling around with the Thunder. FNG will get taken out. Most of Alliance, they've got to run. Nothing to be done here, even with the ults used, with the static stop and the wall dropped. No fight to be had there, though, by Alliance.
Kunkka is just a bit too tanky to take down at the moment. Like, they need to isolate him with the Nyx Assassin or just inside the Static Storm. Possibly focus by a Slark, especially when he finishes that armlet, which is very close to.
They're looking for some sort of a setup mid-alliance, but without the Static Storm, it's hard to get. So they do. Let's get the glimpse back. DY swooping through the middle of them all, so stop to them being able to chase for anything further. Old 11 over to the side, takes the rune away from Limp. Alliance can't quite get a catch, and of course with that build from Limp, a lot of it does now rely on VG Gaming going on them. It doesn't, as you say, have that setup himself.
It's very hard for them to just set up things. They don't have that like real initiation unless Hans can hit someone from Vendetta. Good egg. They don't have anything to actually hit the egg with. Hans can looks pretty dead.
I mean,
11, he's under tier 2s.
He's even catching more. Limp. He's going to put the blade back. Poyo, he doesn't care about the blade back. He just runs him down, takes him out. That's Limp gone. The Static Storm is there. Now Glimpse and Poyo, they've got enough damage to kill him. They do. Nico baby,
he gets
able to
double.
find a clean up on the 2.
He's even triple.
Old 11 as well. All right, just like that. Maybe a little too deep of a dive there from VG Gaming as Nico baby cleans up big time.
11 just completely ignores the tier 1 tower, rolls in on he's actually just pinged it out on the tower. A bit too much damage coming out from that. Look at him. That's why I love 11 as a player. You know, he makes these kind of moves, and this also shows that Blade Mail gives you full sense of security that you are tanky, which you're actually not. You're just returning a bit of a damage, but good cleanup from the Nico baby.
I think Nico baby at least is going to be very happy with that one. A lot of sort of golden.
Yeah, he's probably like sorry, but I'm not sorry. Sorry.
A big jump up here for the slot. Well needed one as well after Nico baby didn't have the easiest of times in the lane.
Dire's
They want to smoke.
is under attack.
Set up some vision. Glimpse is maxed out because FNG survived long enough. This fight got all that experience.
There we go. Oh, yo. Able to catch him. So, well, I say that. He's actually going to get him.
Drop actually keeping him alive.
Static's on the block, but he's too speedy. He gets straight back.
Dragon kills him.
The Dragon takes him down. Speed is out. Obviously denied away from the benefits of Alliance, and their boat comes crashing down onto the head of Nico, baby. And the Slark will fall.
Oh, good egg.
Up in the high ground. They
might see it.
Get out. Can they do swim time? They can. They'll bring down the Supernova. Limp also able to claim Old 11's life. Then gets the double kill. 3 dead on both sides.
They're still chasing. FNG out of mana. For a moment, I thought that looked like a really, really good egg, but they managed to actually hit it. And the last hit, I think that was the last stick. If the egg goes off, Phoenix with the level 4 Sunray could make a turnaround play. Still, decent fight, for Alliance. A better trade, I would say. Poyoyo, a bit unlucky there. We're gonna see it again. Like Raindrop keeping him alive.
I mean, he was so close to living. 15 HP, runs out.
Double disarm by 11, and then the Dragon just says,
no.
Nope.
Oh, no. There we go. Nice move from the side as well from Ori, just securing that kill onto Nico, baby. Otherwise, he absolutely gets away. And as you say,
this is why Dragon Knight is the main, Davion is the main character in the anime. Like, he needs to get rid of this stuff so that it does not happen.
Oh, yeah, you can't underestimate the power of the dragons. Mid lane, they get the glimpse back. We'll be able to grab him in the static still more. He's pretty tanky with his armor, though. And too tanky to be dealt with. They've got to back off now, Limp. He's got the movement speed to get himself away from Old 11. Dust out. Will catch instead. Rolling Thunder keeping him held in the Bloodbright. The spike carapet's off, but he's taken down. Nico, baby, trying to turn the fight around onto Poyoyo. Boat buff. Give Poyoyo a bit of safety. See if they've got enough damage.
Nice jump by Nico.
Nico Baby's in again. They'll finish him off. The Bloodseeker falls. Nico Baby gets another Essence Shift stack.
Is a great conductor.
Bloodseeker definitely needs a BKB to be able to just go in. They don't have any real right click. Needs to be a bit careful about the Razor, but with the BKB he can feel more secure. He's speedy enough to break the link. Sound. Thought it's gonna be a bug again.
Aye.
Not this time. So I talked about the itemization on the Phoenix. If he can get that, I see BKB queued up, which I really like. I've seen it so many times so far in the Chinese region Season 1, upper bracket and upper division. So yeah, if he can farm that, it's only because of the Nyx Assassin. He wants to be able to get the Sunray off. Nyx Assassin, his job is to up on a Phoenix. He wants to stop that Sunray pretty much.
Outside of that, what do you have for Nico, baby? That's a wipe. Quite there at this moment in time. For Poyoyo. Suffered a few deaths off the back of the last few fights. 4-4-0 right now. Also, likewise, same as the Phoenix really needs that BKB. But a little too risky for him throwing out the Bloodbright whilst Nyx Assassin is around, and most part the control of the Disruptor.
When you were checking
been an issue.
His score, I thought you were going to say Poyoyo with the 4-4-0 or 4-0-0. It would be much better score for him and a much better rhyme. Rubik has some decent spell to steal, nothing too good. Could potentially steal Vacuum into Torrent combo, into Boat combo. A Nyx Assassin stun is pretty good, and a Static Storm is also fine. Iron Shell is not that bad. Use it on the Bloodseeker. He goes in. Get some extra damage on him.
Go back on the sound. Has been fixed. 9. Moment very close between Alliance and Vici. We've seen many times, though, today Alliance have had the tendency to let these sort of close games slip away. So last game, as we saw, once VG Gaming started to get a lead, there was just no chance for Alliance to swing it around.
They will get so much value from the lucky shot. Once again, they have 2 cores on Alliance who just want to deal right-click damage. So you kind of killing 2 bugs with 1 hit. And now Kunkka, like his item choice is pretty much perfect. You know, cheap damage from the armlet, a bit of survivability, and then getting Heaven's Halberd. So you get the mischance, you get the disarm against both of the cores, which is really nice.
I'm starting to respect Nico Baby a bit more now, though. It's a lot.
Nico Baby's big. Like, he has a lot of farm, has that status resistance, also can easily play with the Dark Seer. He empowers him with the Surge and Ion Shell, so pretty much max movement speed.
Mid. Drag back onto PYW on 11.
Radiant's top tower is under
start
attack.
rolling if Alliance want to bring it.
Dire's
They
middle
don't.
tower
They know
is
that
under
VG
attack.
Gaming's prepared to fight around the mid lane. Go, baby. Still elsewhere, just trying to get that SMY done before the next fight.
Philosopher's Stone, found by Hanskin, so that's going to help him quite a lot. Nyx Assassin does not have any farming tools and clear the creep waves, especially if he does not have a Meteor Hammer, which doesn't feel like it's that good of an item on the Nyx Assassin anymore. You like prefer to have a Yule Scepter for setting things up, also like resetting your Carapace, like Carapace into Yule Scepter into possible another Carapace.
Okay, leading the charge, Ori. Got the DD. Trying to start things with the standing slot down. He's able to step out of the side of it. Then pots the BKB. He's got the link go. Keeps himself straight on top of Ori. Nico Baby jumping over as well. The boat comes crashing down, but Limp, with the remainder of that BKB, can stay on target. Take down the Kunkka. Now over towards Old 11. They jump in. He's underneath the wall. Spike Carapace comes out. Ends enough to grab him. As Limp picks up the 2. Now VG Gaming, they're on the retreat. They've got to run. Limp and Nico Baby chasing now PYW. The stolen pounds. Buy him a bit of space, but Nico Baby too speedy. As a run down, PYW get another Alliance. Solid fight here from their side of the map as VG Gaming try and bring it to them. Limp with that BKB just rendering sort of just Ori's physical damage output.
I'm not sure what the plan was there, because Poyoyo, he did not even want to join a team fight. I feel like a bit of a disconnect. You know, if I could be on their Discord, what they're saying is, Bloodseeker's saying, you know, I want to farm a BKB, I'm not joining a fight until I get one, while the rest of the team smokes up and tries to fight 4 versus 5.
Oh, Poyoyo. Fight Nico Baby. With the Shadow Dance out, a quick TP. Oh, they got the Torrent in time. They don't. He's away. It's a close one.
That was a good fight from Alliance, you know. Could blame it a bit on the Bloodseeker, but yeah, now he has a BKB, he's ready to join fights. I thought they were going to wait for a BKB on a Bloodseeker. Kunkka was very close to the Heaven's Halberd, and Pangolier to his Blink Dagger.
Talking about the Pangolier, Old 11 shows himself on the creep wave. Hanskin was there waiting to get the catch with the Spike Carapace, but wasn't needed. A stun enough. Get Limp. FNG close enough range to control him.
Razor has Bullwhip as his neutral item, which I really like, you know, fits the lore.
Has some double whip action ready to go.
Attacks twice, actually.
To see it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
That AC next then. Stone already at the ready in this tower. Gaming, do they want to try and hold? They're still without Old 11 for a few seconds. Just have to let this tier 1 go down. Alliance fully set up for any sort of response. DY halfway towards his BKB.
Still gonna take some time, because he does not get the farm priority. He's also level 11. You would want him to be at level 12, because it's much harder to kill the egg. But the good thing is he's holding on to Philosopher's Stone. That will help him out getting that BKB for sure.
Baby himself also happy to avoid fighting until the BKB's done. Down the river, Ori Alliance going to have a bit of an attempt onto S4, but with the Essence Ring, S4 very tanky. The kill that he can go for. Try and maybe turn things with the setup of the Yules over to the side. The hold roll. He comes straight in, but he's been changed a little bit. Doesn't matter, they still have the control to take out Hanskin. Limp coming in with the BKB and the standing goes towards Ori. Out to the side, the Supernova comes out. Limp has got a lot of damage. They take down if they can. The Supernova will be taken out. Poyoyo trying to clean them up one by one with the BKB over to FNG, running down the Disruptor. He'll get it. Triple kill for Poyoyo. It's 4 dead on Alliance. Nico maybe the last one left alive.
He does not have ulti. Can they chase? If he gets the proc, possibly, but yeah, he's a bit too speedy. SNY, 550 move speed. See the power of the Bloodseeker in that fight, you know. When he joins with the Rupture, zoning control coming out from the Blood Drive. Also stolen mana burn. Slark, if he's vulnerable to something, that's mana burn. Like, get rid of his mana, he can't use the pounds, control him. Kunkka definitely needs a BKB as well to be able to stand his ground and just get the spells off.
Keeping it close, all mid. It's just Hanskin alone, so nothing more than a bit of a nuisance for old 11. Close one, Nico Baby and Poyoyo right by each other at the top of the farm. It's Poyoyo going for the butterfly this game, knows that both the Slark and the Braze are unlikely to want to build the True Strike.
Yeah, these are not the heroes that like to build MKB, but maybe they might be forced to. It's a lot of best chance.
Yeah.
Because Kronka also has that Heaven's Halberd, so one of them might need to go for it.
But like without it, they're going to struggle to have the burst to take down these heroes that are only getting tankier, Ori in particular. Already with the high HP buff at the boat. Not going to be a simple kill, this Kunkka. So Ori, be able to find FNG. A little bit of a catch. Another kill for Poyoyo.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Both of the cores farming the same spot. Someone needs to say, you know, I'll go different direction. They kill the Disruptor. He still has a buyback. They're using the scan, so they know something is up. Pango with the Arcane Rune. This could be problematic if they decide to take a fight. You know, Swashbuckle on low cooldown, 5.6 seconds. Rolling Thunder, might even use it twice in a team fight if it's long enough.
So they can get started in. BKB comes down straight away. Poyoyo, Old 11 comes crashing again. Pretty much hitting the focusing down Ori. Nico maybe trying to stay on target. Turnover was the Bloodseeker. But Poyoyo's got the movement speed to get up to the high ground. Old 11 is back over. And at the Rolling Thunder, catch it. Nico maybe the vacuum move onto the 3. Straight back to the stop from Hanskin. And then Sports in with the setup. They bring down Poyoyo. They take down PYW. Old 11 down as well. PYW will buy back, but there's no buyback available on Old 11. He can't return to the fight. Vici Gaming, they can't hit back against Alliance. As Alliance, they'll take the team fight, head towards the pit.
That was such a great execution from Alliance there. Vacuum into 3-man impale. This is why, you know, these two heroes have been paired up a long time ago together. It still works. There was no static storm, but nicely done. Like, this is something that we want to see. This kind of execution is what makes Dota such a great game.
An excellent time to fight there from Alliance, coming in and disrupting this Roche attempt of Vici Gaming. And Old 11 getting a great start coming back over, but as we see here, S4 steps up, drags back on all of them.
Yeah, it does not get better than this.
Back in the action, bottom lane. Nico maybe getting in aggressive onto Ori, starting to dive him underneath the tower. 1 bounce back, Old 11. So can chase them down with the Rolling Thunder. Limp's actually going to put the BKB. Not going to leave this up to any chances of Vici Gaming commencing on him.
Okay. He was a bit afraid there, you know, if they collapse on him, but Kunkka had no mana whatsoever. Don't think they would be able to do it. Better BKB than sorry, right?
You don't want to be that one that dies with it. With that off cooldown.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Alliance. A good lead now. 6k ahead. Top playing FNG. Stopping any chance of Poyo leading in with fever of his spells. 20 though, 400 health. Starting to get rather tanky himself on the Bloodseeker. The Butterfly soon to be on its way out. So they're going to look to Ori. Go baby. Starting to build up some of the stacks. The Basher now as well, so some good control. The wall's going to be dropped well onto Ori. Ori can't run away from this. Another kill for Nico Baby. He's even thinking about going for more. He's diving over towards DY. DY does have a supernova. He might not even get the chance to use it if Nico Baby finds the hits. And yeah, he's holding off on using that ultimate. Knows that he'd be dead anyway to the power of the Slash.
Got the first hit bash. 11. Getting caught.
And the S4's over. Drags back in the vacuum. No chance for old 11 to get out with any of his abilities. Alliance Tower 8k lead there. These last few moves. This is the sort of alliance that I feel like people expected to see, and we just haven't been getting it yet today. But in this game, game 2 against VG Gaming, they're really turning it up.
Yeah, this is the alliance that we expected to see, but they woke up a bit too late, I would say. Had some okay start at the day, but still lost those games. Nico Baby is a monster this game. 9-1 and 7, level 22. I'm not sure if they have enough. He's playing into Bloodseeker, but the 1 pounds out of the range, even just to use ulti, they don't have that much AoE control against him. Like, there is no follow-up damage, even if he gets ruptured, which he's not right now, because he's holding the Aegis, but I'm talking about post-Aegis. Still doesn't feel like he can die that easily.
See what they can get done here. Vici Gaming on the high ground. Alliance have the wards out.
Radiant are scanning.
Some good info of any movements from Vici Gaming as they step outside of the base.
S4 is making the whole team tanky. 2 charges on the Iron Shell, which increase your HP with the Aghanim Scepter. Also the Guardian Greaves on top of that. It's going to be much easier to execute the combo since Nyx Assassin picked up a Blink Dagger. Also, maybe it's time Rolling Thunder. No Static Storm.
I didn't want to drop it here, FNG. So old 11 will be granted the freedom to roll away back over inside of the base. What's going on here? Nico Baby's bullying them back. As Poyo had to put the BKB to head back to the base there. Some aggressive moves from Alliance inside the base. I mean, as you say, they know how strong Nico Baby is right now. He can get away with this, and very little Vici Gaming can do to punish that sort of dive that Alliance are free to make.
They want to keep fighting, They want to keep the pressure on the map. Still 40 seconds left on that Aegis. They want to make something happen. Also, I would love if Nyx Assassin just gives Philosopher's Stone to Disruptor. He actually has an Aghanim Scepter, never mind. Like, FNG managed to farm a bit, and he will have it, so it's not gonna be that easy to fight into Aghanim Scepter. It's one of the best upgrades in the game, don't get me wrong. And they have a good setup. Take him into Static Storm, or just Impale, follow it up with the Static Storm. Alliance in full control of this game.
Go baby. He's just running in. He doesn't care what's up here. He knows that he can deal with it. He's going to be ruptured. And he's just going to stand his ground and start to go to work on towards the Bloodseeker, the stun into the Static Storm. Poyo's in trouble. He's getting so low he can't get out. He's not even able to get the BKB off in time. As Poyo's out of the game for 75. Vacuum into the wall onto the 3 of them. They're popping the Supernova. S1's in onto the high ground. PYW is trapped by the kinetic field. The Supernova will be successful though. Stunning S4 underneath the tower. With the Darks here. The rest of Alliance will be fine. Glimpse onto 111. The blink up, he can break away as soon as he's dragged back. Go Baby not quite able to get in on time.
They might went in a bit too deep, but yeah, no BKB by a Bloodseeker. Items muted by Disruptor. Also, I would love if Disruptor maybe went for the Static Storm duration. Like, it's so good. Like that, especially if you know that you're getting that Scepter, like the value is just too good. Also, you have a Psychic Headband, the extra 100 cast range, kind of, makes up for the level 15 talent that you're gonna miss.
Nico Baby. Tries for old 11. Old 11 is prepared in the mid lane. DY was attempting to push out the wave. They're going to be able to hold him in place for this one. As Alliance, they take out the Phoenix, another member down. And they can look to maybe try and push towards the high ground. They're still incredibly strong if they rally around Nico Baby. BKB is finally done here for Rory. So he'll have a bit of a better measure to keep himself alive if Alliance do get the jump on him. Just say they've just got to be so ready for that static storm each and every time. They can't hold on to these BKB charges. They've got to use them very early.
Even Darkshooter's getting a Blink Dagger, so they want to execute this combo. They catch 2 heroes. It's going to be so much fight. Once again, Hanskin with a good stun.
Swashbuckles in to try and deal with the wave. He's out to the side. Actually away with a blink. Is it? He's got to live.
Nice.
I'm a little surprised he actually got away with that.
Problem is both cores of Alliance right now are extremely tanky. Like Slark has 3000 HP. Same goes for Razor. He also has kind of a second life with Satanic.
11. He's going to start off the action. At an angle over towards Lim. So they can change, stun him down. Good bounces with the Rolling Thunder. They certainly can. Hold 11. Sets up for a big kill, and now they can try and turn for more. Nico Baby's trying to go for DY. They get the sword, they've got the static storm. The 3 of them, but they have the damage. They don't, they take down the Supernova. S4 just burning through them all with the iron shells. Nico Baby is looking for Poyo. They're going to be able to get a third. And the team fight from Alliance is too much for PG Gaming. The vacuum into the static storm means that nothing else is there to follow. S4 with the ultra kill. Well deserved.
Once again, such nicely executed by Alliance. Even though they lost 2 heroes, like they did not lose the heroes that they need. They need vacuum, they need that static storm. Props to them, trying to take a fight pretty much 3 versus 5. Now Nico Baby with a lot of the stacks will start pushing in on some buildings. Pump up that damage. It's gonna be at least 1 set of barracks.
See what more they can find. Nico Baby. He's going to be able to do it here on this top racks. We'll see this replay again. Hold 11. It looked like a solid start for things for VG Gaming. Getting in, taking down the 2 of them. But as you say, just sort of the mindset from Alliance to know that they were still going to be strong enough to turn things around. Supernova's out, but S4 and FNG are able to show that they have the stronger team
didn't even need anything from the Darkseer there. Like, they were perfectly placed. FNG drops the ulti, follows it up with the cage. So, keeps them inside. Rolling Thunder.
Trying to start the devout. Nico Baby just turns and bashes old 11. He says no chance, Mr. Pango. Not chasing me.
Roche will respawn in 13 seconds. There's also double damage. Can pick up that he instantly picks it up. I'll go back in. 5 seconds. Someone should sit inside the Roche pit. Go back in. FNG. He knows.
He's on top of it.
It's being pinged out. Go back in. Like, VG Gaming, they need to make something happen right now. Like, they need to go and contest this, because it's going to be pretty much impossible to kill the Slark with Aegis. He's also level 25. He went for 1 second Shadow Dance duration. That's interesting.
I feel like I've seen him do this before, Nico Baby. Just like to sometimes go for this talent rather than the extended duration of the Essence shifts.
Maybe he's, still afraid of the Bloodseeker, even though he has a Lincoln Sphere, and like that 1 extra second gives you quite a lot of HP regen. It's 7%,
Nico Baby, I'm going to be able to get the jump on him here. Old 11, starting off the action. Nico Baby with many ways to get out. Dark Packs as well as the Aegis and the BKB still ready to pop. Nico Baby going to turn, gets the hit. First hit bash into the Abyssal Blade over on towards the Pangolier. Old 11 trying to run, but he's been leashed. Old 11's out. There's no buyback on him. He's down for 75, 300 gold short of the buyback. Old Nico Baby in the turret.
As a BKB and Dolphin.
They'll get him the once. Poyo just have to commit the BKB for that though. See Nico Baby, he's now ready to turn. With the BKB already used from Poyo, he's going to have nobody get himself out of it. The standing storm's down, the vacuum onto the 2 of them. They trap Poyo. They're on top of Ori. A Supernova in the fountain will do nothing at all. As Alliance.
Buybacks from Ori. They also lost the gem.
And they actually get Limp.
Olympus too.
Very tanky Nico Baby. He's going to start diving. Here we go. The fountain diving begins. He's looking for PYW. He's going to be able to take him.
This is it. This is how you boost the confidence. GG, well played. By
There we
11.
go.
Yeah, finally, Alliance.
Under attack.
At the end of the day, finds a win.
Now they've been looking for this all, and this last game, they do it pretty convincing. This was a solid showing. They get the Nico Baby slot, and they're ready to show that it still has its strengths, and he really does have a brilliant game. Ever sort of that moment where he got kind of handed that triple kill around the mid lane dive. That definitely hurt Vici Gaming's flow this time.
That dive near the tier 2 tower was a bit unnecessary from the Vici Gaming, but still, you know, even though Alliance lost how many, 5 games today, 1-1 I believe, you can still see that this team, the execution of the certain combos, it's there. They pretty much executed it perfectly with the triple impale, multiple heroes stuck in the static storm. Just some beautiful execution in the last game from Alliance.
Yeah, really solid stuff that you can normally expect from S4 and Hanskin when they get that sort of duo that's going to be able to bounce off each other as well as they did. But there we have it. Alliance able to pull themselves back up, and they do get the second win against Vici Gaming.
They do,